Hey guys, how we doing? No PC this time, we'll go through the brackets shortly. But first we're just going to go through some of the basic admin stuff, just so everyone's on the same page. But first off, just to give a special shout out, as always, to the community. There's a couple of important Discord channels. Everyone enrolled in the tournament should have access to the Game Replays official Discord channel, which is great. Thanks for that, Adam. I'll crank it up a bit. That should hopefully be better. But basically, yeah, so the gamereplays.org official Discord channel is there, so be sure to use that during the tournament to communicate with your contestants. There's also the CNC Tournament Central Discord, which is used for general tournament announcements and other things for other associations. Also, of course, a special shout out to all those in the community who are actively streaming the game: AOD, Critical Meds, myself, Kano, Lunak, Mimi, Miss Critical Meds, Peasy, Stony the Woke, Kira, Dishin Ming, aka Counter-Strike Global Offense on the ladder, Omi Chuinen, aka Sai, who's actually playing in this tournament, Rambo_XD, Moorblack, Parappa56, also playing in the tournament, War Machine CNC, ZA_Blackie as well as playing, so it's good to check his Twitch out as well. But yeah, that's kind of what the community snapshot looks like at the moment. But let's get into some of the basic tournament rules. All the contestants should have read this beforehand, but just to make sure we're all clear and on the same page. Cool. So the initial post here is all the information you need. There's a quick link to it on the Discord channel as well. If you've lost it, feel free to use that to get access to it. If there are any issues during the tournament, feel free to ping me directly or use that Discord channel. So in terms of the prizes for this tournament, first place is going away with $60, second place $30, and we'll have two randomly selected participants who win $5 each. These will be decided by a spin of a wheel later on in the tournament, so that should be a bit of fun. And of course, a special shout out to the donators for the tournament. Again, this is very much community led. I usually put in a little bit towards it, but also Kira and Parappa were quite generous and able to add some extra money to it. So it's great to see that and be able to keep this kind of thing going for the community. Okay, so the actual format of the tournament, how it's going to look. Games in the winners and losers brackets are going to be played as a best of 3. Games in the winners and loser bracket finals will be played as a best of 5. And the grand finals between the winners and losers bracket champions will be played as a best of 7. The winners and losers bracket champions, when they're facing off in the grand finals, the winners bracket champion will have a 1-0 reward for not losing a single match throughout the tournament. Okay. Everyone's managed to sign up and check in correctly, which is fantastic. Well done. Yeah, and during the tournament, as I say, to get in contact with your fellow contestants or myself, feel free to use that channel on the Discord, or feel free to DM me directly if it's something personal or whatever else comes up during the tournament. The seeding, so for the tournament, in terms of the actual brackets themselves, this is based on ladder positioning. So we've put in seed numbers against each player, and you'll see this on the bracket shortly. I'll show it on screen too. Just so you have a clear idea of who is the higher ranked player and who is the lower ranked player. Gameplay for this tournament, any faction is allowed, so whether that's NOD or GDI, it's all good. Bugs and exploits, these are prohibited, don't do these, fairly straightforward. Special tournament rules. So in kind of response to the previous tournament and feedback from the community, we've added 2 extra rules. Hi Luna, good to see you. So rule 1, no engineers and transport unit combinations. What this means is that you cannot put engineers inside an APC or engineers inside a Chinhook, aka transport helicopter. If you do this, you'll forfeit the match and your opponent will get the point for that game. Fairly straightforward. You are allowed build engineers and walk into your opponent's base, or sell your MCV and get engineers that way, of course. You can also build APCs if you want, and Chinhooks, but you cannot put engineers inside them, so if you want to freak out your opponent and stuff them full of grenadiers or rocket men or something else, you still have that option. Special rule number 2, a maximum 10 minutes between rounds. We want to try and keep the tournament going as efficiently as possible, so the best way to do this is to ensure that there's a minimum time between rounds for players. I can understand it can be frustrating if you're waiting for a long time between games, so we want to try and keep that down to a minimum, so just bear this in mind. Map rules. So pretty much mimicking the ladder settings at the moment. Destroy structures, game speed fast, starting units none, maximum text level, credits 10,000, unit queuing enabled, tib regrowth 3, crates disabled, super weapons enabled, redeploy MCV disabled, spawn visceroids disabled. Map pool and spawn positions. So we've got some of the maps from the ladder pool, and we've got some new maps, which is interesting to see how that plays out today. So we have Green Acres, top middle versus bot middle. Monkey in the middle, top left versus bottom right. Heavy metal, top left versus bottom right. Quarry, there's only 2 spawn points. Elevation, only 2 spawn points. Tournament middle camp, only 2 spawn points. And then we have our 2 custom maps, Eventide and Duality. As far as I'm aware, the majority of players in the tournament have already tried out these maps. If not, the Steam Workshop link to access them are available on the announcement link. Map format. So how this is actually going to play out in practice. So the losers bracket is a best of 3 rounds. Each player will pick one map they wish to play, with the decider being tournament middle camp. Each map may only be played once during a series, so in this case, if you're in the losers bracket, you cannot pick tournament middle camp until the 3rd round. Losers bracket finals, best of 5 rounds. Each player will pick one map they wish to play, the decider being quarry. The lower seeded player will pick the map first. Each map may only be played once during a series. Again, this is to try and minimize any confusion between who should pick the map first. The lower seeded player will always pick the map first. And when it comes to the final round, so let's say you score 2-all, or let's say it's 1-all in the best of 3s, you are basically giving the lower seeded player the benefit of choosing the spawn points on that map. If there are issues or confusion around that during the tournament, feel free to ping me and I'm happy to clarify that. So the winners bracket, best of 3 rounds. Each player will pick the map they wish to play on, with the decider being elevation. Again, the lower seeded player will pick the map first. Each map only being played once during a series. Same again, winners bracket finals, same deal, with the decider map being quarry. And again, the lower seeded player will play first. For the grand finals, best of 7. This round, as mentioned before, we'll have the winners bracket champion starting 1-0 up in the score. The losers bracket champion will choose the map first in this case. In the event that there's a 3-3 score, the final match will take place on heavy metal. Each map may only be played once during a series. And again, in that final round, the lower seeded player will get preference in terms of the spawn locations. Hey Mrs. Meds, good to see you. When it comes to deciding spawn positions in general, the positions will be picked by the player who didn't choose the map. So if it's player A's map choice, then player B will decide which spawn positions each player takes. So let's say it's myself versus Kano. I choose Monkey in the middle first, or whatever the case is. Then he would get to choose the spawn points for that. Cool. Streaming, all the players in the tournament are free to stream from their point of view. It's asked that you don't do a observation of other players during the tournament, just in terms of fairness and everything else. Cool. Result reporting. So in the channel that everyone in the tournament checked in on, you'll be uploading your scores and replays there. There's a video on that actual channel to be able to give you information on how to do it. Hey Luna, K Blackie, morning, good to see us. It's afternoon here, but it's all good, it's all good. So yes, the following is required to report your scores. So let's say you've done your round 1 results. It's been 2-1 to Danku, as is expected. Go to the update score and upload replays to the check-in bracket result and replays forum topic, and put it in the format Danku 2, Calomancer 1. And then after that, just mention a referee to quickly confirm your result and you've uploaded it. This will let me be able to quickly jump in, update the bracket, and then you can move on to your next game. Cool. So registration, everyone seems to have taken care of that, which is fantastic. So this is great. Just to briefly show you, I guess while I'm here, how this might look. So this is the actual form for the check-in and everything else. The bracket is up here at the moment. I'll show it on stream in a second. But this is the kind of format you want. So after you beat your round, come in here, specify round 1, score, team A2, team B this, upload the replay files and attach them to your message, and then just post it below. Awesome. So that's it in terms of the tournament rules. Again, if there's any clarification needed throughout the tournament, feel free to just ping us in the Discord channel. So as mentioned, there are 2 additional custom maps this time. For those who haven't actually seen these maps before, they're Duality and Eventide. Both maps tend to be mirrored, so you'll see that the left-hand side of both maps is quite similar to the right-hand side, except it's flipped. So it's just something interesting to note. Duality has been quite well play-tested by the community. I know Kira made the map originally, starting with Duality version 1, and that's been play-tested to kind of oblivion at some point, so there's a lot of interesting balances, and it's always good to see a map made by the actual active players and how they're actually implementing certain features. Eventide's a bit different. This is made by, I think it's Abercrombie and White. He's made quite a lot of maps, but in terms of the interesting features of it, it has a bunch of civilian structures. You won't be able to see them on this screenshot, but in the game itself, you will be able to destroy those buildings and go through them to break through some of the choke points, so it's quite interesting. It's definitely something that you will need to play test at least once before entering the tournament, so if you haven't done so, now would be a good time to quickly run in and check out what that map is. If you've never played it before and your opponent picks it, you might be in a bit of trouble, so just keep an eye on that. Thanks for the bits, Parappa and Meds, good to see you. Cool, tourney contenders, so this is everyone that's playing today. We've got Side, #1 player, probably favourite to win the tournament, but never say never. We got ZA Blackie playing #4. We got Parappa, ranked #7. Rashnagar, #8. Uncle DJ, currently #12. AOD Gaming, #13. Twizzy, #14. A lot of players quite closely ranked, and it's scary to come up against those players in the top 15 for sure. We've got Adam, #41. Definitely would fancy his chances against some of these players. Bronze Panic, of course, playing as well, #97. We got Canomancer, #25 as well. So definitely going to be interesting to see how the Adam and Canomancers face off against each other. And this is Critical Meds. Unfortunately, just due to those issues we previously mentioned, we can't get a nice badge up for you, sadly. But the key thing is that you're playing, which is awesome to see. Again, these tournaments are the best way to kind of learn to be able to improve your skill level. If you don't go up against better players than yourself, you'll never really improve, right? So if nothing else, it's a great opportunity to learn, and for sure, there's always an opportunity to surprise your opponents. Especially if you're playing as an underdog and they underestimate you, you could easily take advantage of that and make it work to your advantage. Cool. So this would be a good chance to quickly check out the actual tournament bracket. Which would be helpful if I had it here, which I do. Awesome. So, as you can see, round 1, we've got Canomancer versus Adam. We got Twizzy versus Bronze Panic. We got AOD Gaming versus Mrs. Critical Meds. And they will go through to play in round 2, Sai, Blackie, and Parappa. We also have Rashnagar versus Uncle DJ in round 2. Just for clarity, the way that this is going to work, you can also see the seeds of the players. So beside Canomancer, for example, you can see he's seed 8. Beside Adam, you can see he's seed 9. Twizzy 7, 10, 8, 11, 1, 4, 5, 2, 3. And again, these are primarily based on the current ladder standings. But in terms of the actual gameplay and how this is going to work, anybody in round 1, as soon as I give the all go on Discord in here, you'll be able to give the results to the relevant channel. So as mentioned before, Parappa, where you checked in is where you're going to be able to put the results along with the replays, and there's a guide if you look on that thread to give you information on how to do that exactly if you need it. But for sure, as soon as you have uploaded your score results there, I will be able to go in here, update your scores, and then you'll move on to the next bracket. As soon as you're matched up with somebody, so in this case we have 3 matches in round 1 and 1 match ready in round 2, all those players are free to go as soon as they're matched up, just to prevent any blocking of the players, and so they can quickly get through to the next round. Again, we want to make this go as quickly as we can for the contestants. And you can also, of course, do exclamation mark scores Parappa to get quick access to that link too. Awesome. Cool. And I guess a special message from me before we kick off the tournament, and if there are any other issues, happy Christmas, enjoy it. Hopefully we have a lot of fun today. I'm looking forward to it. Should have some great games, especially with all those players from the top 10 in there. But yeah, really looking forward to it. So I'm just going to make sure there's no questions or issues or anything happening on Discord, and then after that we're free to get started. So just hang on 2 minutes. I'll be sure to post in Discord as soon as you're all free to start your first games. It's likely that I'll head off and watch the Kano versus Adam match first. No pressure, guys, but give us a good show. But yeah, it should be cool. Hey Edwin, good to see you in chat, man. Good to see you. So I'm just going to quickly check out Discord, and if all looks good, you're all free to start. I'll let you know. It's 2 seconds. Alright, it's all looking good here. So yeah, gamers, you can go ahead and start the tournament. I'm gonna pop up, as I said, see if we can get into the Kano versus Adam game. Hey, Parappa. Thanks for sharing that sub with Nightcrawler. Appreciate it. Interesting. Looks like they're going for duality straight out of the gate. Should be good. So Adam versus Canomancer. I suspect that in this case Canomancer is the higher seeded player, so he'd be favored to win this. However, Adam's been playing quite well lately, so I wouldn't put it past him to be able to sneak a win. Both players opting to go as Nod. I suspect for the majority of this tournament, the more serious players will be opting for Nod. I think AOD might try Chance Random a few times. It should be interesting. But yeah, the first time looking at this map in a tournament setting will be very interesting. So both players start on the left and right hand side of the maps. They have the option to go up here, which is mirrored to be the same down here, or else they can go up here, which is mirrored to be the same here. There's usually a couple of tip fields here. You have the advantage of cover from these points here and here. And quite often Nod players like to put a forward airstrip somewhere in this position, so they're able to quickly get their units in the game. So it looks like Adam's opting to move his MCV up just a small bit. Hey man, it's good to see you. We got Kano moving his MCV down slightly here. Let's see, one ref play coming out from Adam so far. Using silos to crawl up, take this tip field. It's not a bad positioning. He'll be able to get a second ref here and maybe get an airstrip here for a good ref. Meanwhile, we're seeing Kano putting a ref up here. Not the most ideal situation. This is quite a long distance for the harvester to actually go to get Tib. Maybe micro it to make sure it's going down here instead. It has a second ref out. We'd like to see an airstrip here and then maybe a forward ref in this position. Both players up to 2 ref now. Kano getting the anti-scouts in good positioning here. Adam's a little bit weaker in terms of his anti-scouting, but he should be okay. Kano is going to get vision of the airstrip coming up here. And it looks like Adam will get vision of the airstrip coming up here if it's placed correctly. There's a strip coming down from Adam at the same time as Kano. Seeing pretty much mirrored builds here. Using a power plant to get a better ref placement here. It's a good idea. Meanwhile, Adam is opting to crawl towards this field, which down here would be more like this field. So slight variation, nothing too dramatic. Now, both players on 3 ref. Will they opt to go for a second airstrip? Looks like Kano's opting to do a crawl over to here and get a ref in a position for a fort one. It looks like something similar from Adam. He's getting his fort ref here in position. You can start now, Rash, if you like. It's no problem. Adam putting his units in a position where he's taking the majority of the map control here. Kano, meanwhile, being quite defensive, staying back in this position. Potentially using this cliff for some kind of shelter. A little bit of aggression here, almost snipes a power plant with his stray flamer. I see Adam crawl down here now to get a 5th ref. Kano doing something very similar on this side. Getting the scout off, Adam's going to see what's going on here. Still focusing majority of his army, in fact all of his army so far as buggies. Kano is mixing in a couple of bikes, which is what I would say is the preferred option in this case. After, looks like he's crawling all the way up to the top right to get this field. Adam's coming in to intercept this. If he can get the silo here, it's going to be a huge delay for Kano's expansion. Kano, of course, moving his entire army out of position to help deal with this. Gets the silo, it's going to be a huge blow for Kano. He's going to have to recrawl all the way up there. It's time well lost. He was likely already building a refinery too, so he's going to have to dump that here or potentially here instead. At the moment, Adam looking like to have a much stronger army. Coming in to do some aggression here. Good luck, Prophet. Adam dominating this attack. Should really be using some of these buggies up here to help snipe this. Seeing a turret coming down from Kano to help fend this off. This is why it would be good to have a couple of bikes in with this army of Adams. It would make sniping something like a turret a lot easier. Attacking into production buildings is always going to be a rough time. Going to see a few of these buggies come back here, try snipe the MCV. Meanwhile, you got the reinforcements coming in. He's getting pushed off here. He's not going to get the MCV. But with his units now out of position, he's able to swoop in here and get this rep. Just needs to make sure the micro Lee's away from the turret range. Doesn't need to take damage necessarily here. Gets it. And we see the second airstrip play over here from Adam. Meanwhile, Kano still reading from the loss of the crawl up top. Only is the one strip. He's going to put Adam way ahead pretty quickly. Also seeing the MCV cell from Adam. We're going to see this attack could potentially crush Kano if he's not careful. Really needs to get extra turrets up. There's one turret. Nice position here, be able to shoot over the cliff. Adam going to come in up top here. Going to get the ref. Kano, meanwhile, sitting on 2.5k, has the MCV cell, 5k sitting in the bank. He can't spend it fast enough on just one strip. Would like to see, yeah, he's starting to produce minigunners at least to try and hold this off, but at the moment it's looking like Adam's game. This is the last of Kano's army. Going in back now. No need to be too aggressive in losing units. Focus on the eco, take out his harvesters. Kano managing to hold in there with his turrets. Adam really needs a couple of bikes if he wants to deal with these turrets. Going for the loose harvesters over here. Kano needs to micro these and stop them from going over here. Bring them all the way back here if he needs to. Getting this harvester too. Don't get this. Still focusing on primarily building buggies at this point. Adam's having a really tough time trying to break through this main choke point. He could opt to send a few of these buggies up here and behind, but they're going to get picked off by the turrets too. Again, using buggies to try and take out the turret is going to be a painful endeavor. This is why a few bikes would be good. Blacky saying it's like watching Vicious's mass buggy. You're not wrong. If I was Kano in this position, I might actually switch to light tanks because there's so many buggies in the field to deal with. The only downside of doing it is it might actually trigger Adam into building bikes. Oh, it looks like Kano's throwing in the towel here. GG, Adam takes the first game. Yeah, the eco was definitely done there. Like, getting that silo crawl knocked off was huge for Adam. Well played.
Battle control terminated.
Well played. It's 1-0 to Adam. A good first match. I wasn't expecting to see duality that soon, but good to see. Looks like next up the boys are playing on heavy metal. Adam knew that map for sure. Yeah, definitely. I played him a couple of times on it beforehand, and I know he was playing with AOD on it, so I suspect both of those players might use it at some point. I think duality is a lot more likely to get used than eventide, and I'd be very curious to see if it does get used. Picking this map is very dangerous against Adam. It's his favorite map as far as I'm aware in the current ladder, so it's quite a dangerous move. I can currently see that Catomancer, AOD Gaming, and Parappa are all streaming from their point of view at the moment, so feel free to check out their streams too. ZA Blacky starting up the stream too. Nice, nice. Canomancer going for the snot color for this game. Bold man. Looks like they're busy deciding on spawns. Here we go, round 2. Can Adam take it? Both players are pretty good in this map. I've come against both of them on the ladder. I would probably favor Adam on this map, just because I know he's been playing a lot of it lately. Hey Sophie, good to see you. Yeah, Quarry, very interesting map. Usually most players opt to get 2 refineries in their back tip field. Usually get a massive field here and a massive field here. Then players get 1 ref up here. Usually take advantage of this tip field. Some players tend to opt to go power plant, hand a nod, get a ref here, and then get a forward airstrip so they can easily do this expansion and then come back here with a silo maybe and get a couple of refs. So we'll see if they do that. Most players are opting at the moment to be going up along the sides of these maps, so they'll continue their expansion downwards. They'll take a ref here and then they'll come and get 2 refs here, continue to crawl and get 2 more refs down here. Usually, as I say, you'll see an airstrip likely here and here from both players. Some players might opt to get an early second strip in this position. Some players get a later one, put it positioned up here. We'll see how it works out. And of course, both players putting a couple of anti-scouts in position. A lot easier, I think, for Nod in this map with the Flamers. GDI players have a lot of issues trying to hold these chokes if they're not careful. Grenadiers, of course, shooting over the units. Key thing, it's unfortunate that you can't actually switch to the individual player's exact map vision, because you're going to see here Kano actually hasn't scouted down here. His unit is instead gone through here, so he's got a whole blind spot here. Adam meanwhile has scouted this correctly and is going to be able to see all this. These are the kind of things that it's not huge, but it can make a difference late game if you can't see what your opponent's building in here. Could be having Apaches or a couple of turrets that you just walk into if you're not careful. So we're seeing 3 refs coming down from Adam, who did use a silo. Meanwhile, Catamancer opted to use a forward-handed nod and a power plant back here to crawl to get the 2 refs back here and the 1 ref here. Has his airstrip up, same time as Adam. Again, very similar to the last game. They're pretty mirrored builds, which is kind of to be expected for this map. The real variation will come that when both players actually manage to get, if they manage to get to these corners, will they opt to crawl towards this expansion or will they opt to crawl towards this expansion? The usual pattern is in Kano's case to come all the way down here and then crawl here, but sometimes if you're under heavy pressure you might want to switch and move over here. Seeing a little bit of early aggression here from Adam, doesn't want to lose these buggies, just has to be careful of that. Seeing the continued silo crawl to get the better ref placements here and here, to be expected. A couple more buggies coming out from Kano, a couple more buggies coming out from Adam. Fairly textbook so far. I would say using 2 power plants to crawl here is a bit dangerous. Like putting any structures here, they're quite vulnerable to attack. You'd be better off with like a hand-and nod positioned here maybe, and similar maybe put a hand-and nod here. What some players like to do is position even a hand-and nod here and here, so if your opponent attacks into this, that you have some kind of static defense to hold it off. And so both players up to their 5th ref here and here. You can sell that silo if he needs to, Adam. At the moment it's kind of creating a nice little choke point here, it's no harm to have it. Seeing the hand and nod go up. Quite a lot of buggies here at this point. Seeing Kano try to sneak a couple in this way would have been a good opportunity to slip in and get some vision here. Seeing the 2 power plants, could put a 3rd one here to wall this off entirely. Ah, there he goes, he's going to get the vision. This isn't blocked off. Kano has been known in a couple of games to go with Apaches in some matchups, so might see that happening back here. Kano popping in a couple of bikes to his army. Adam's going to stick with the vicious style, stick with the buggies. It worked well from last round, so we'll see if he manages to pull it off again here. Seeing the 2nd airstrip coming up from Adam in this position here to try and block off any attacks coming in here. It's not a bad idea. And seeing a similar position over here for Kano, getting an airstrip here to block any attacks coming in this way. So both players up to 6 refineries, 2 airstrip, continuing the crawl up here. I would expect Kano to continue his crawl down here as well. There he goes, using the power plants. Sacrificing the innocent civilians, so be it. Coming in for an attack down here. Adam does have some units in position here. It's quite important to get full control of this choke and this choke if you can. It's very hard to attack into it when you've got a full concave around your opponent. Gonna try to do a little push in here. Might try take the ref out while keeping these units to keep these away. At this rate he's going to win this, and there's the forward hand and nod. This is going to be great for trying to defend this. You can just spam out minigunners. Might be tempted to put a turret down here too. So you're going to have a very hard time to do this. Yeah, and there's the turret. Kano is expanding here, but Adam is just slightly ahead in terms of his build order. This could be a huge deal. He needs to make sure he doesn't go low power though with all these silos. He needs to sell a few of those off. Looks like Adam has stopped trying to pressure in here, instead switched and opted to go here. He could try push all the way in and take out the MCV at this point if he wanted to. Kano being forced to bring back some of his units to help reinforce this. Adam not wanting to fully commit to pushing in here is holding back. Again, because he's got the full buggy army, he's going to have a very hard time against any of these buildings. He needs to mix a few bikes in there if he's planning to try and snipe the likes of an airstrip. Buggies just aren't going to cut it. Now we're seeing Kano now up to his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th ref, and similar over here from Adam, now up to his 9th ref, claiming this position where Kano was far off from doing it on his side. Seeing a little push into here. And a counter-attack on this side. Doesn't want to lose this strip. Oh, and he should have really held that off. Just wasn't paying attention. Quite a lot to manage. He's got an attack force here, an attack force here. Didn't see this happening. It's understandable. Especially with no comm center on the field for either player. There's quite a lot to be keeping track of manually. Now he's up to 10 ref at the moment. So Adam's doing pretty well in terms of his eco. Kano's going to be lagging behind. Especially with having to put down all those turrets. Need to start seeing some bikes coming out from Adam. This buggy only force only gets you so far. Kano's going to need to come up with some magic to survive this. Would like to see Adam at this point also start his crawl down here. He's got so much money. Like, this is the point where you crawl down here, take this, and then you just win from eco alone. If you prevent him from expanding here and just hold this, you win the long game. Yeah, and there you go, starting the crawl. Good to see. If you can cut these silos off again, it would be devastating to Kano. Doesn't quite have the force here, I don't think. I'm going to try pushing with these. Could try snipe these silos, push him back from securing this tip field. Kano must know that if he gets this eco on this one, he's absolutely screwed. Kano knows he needs to hold this. Hand and odd placement here is pretty good. Get the minigunners in to help reinforce this pretty quickly. Could opt to put a couple of turrets here too. Very hard for this to beat. Yeah, there's one going down. Good to see. Could opt to put pressure on this airstrip with these forces at the moment while this is going on. And looks like Adam's going to secure this. He's going to get a ref down here. I don't think Kano can really come back at that point. Airstrip is back up over here for Adam as well. Silos are cut off. There's no way Kano can expand over here. I think this is going to be GG at this point. So many minigunners. It's devastating against Nod units. A couple of flamers just got to watch out for. And sell this at this point. A very little tip here. Not a big loss. Has the two refs down here as well as the top. This is Adam's game. I think Kano's trying to hold this off, but like he's surrounded here and here. He can't get eco here. Not sure what he can really do at this point. And there's the sell-off. Adam's gonna take it. 2-0. Nicely done, Adam. That was well played from both players. I think the pressure from Adam early on, just the huge amount of buggies, gave Kano a headache to deal with. GG, well played. Too intense. Yeah, they were a lot of there's a lot of pressure to be putting on. Very vicious like. I was saying that a couple of bikes mixed in there would help deal with all the turrets and stuff, but just the overwhelming number of buggies is hard to deal with on its own right. Yeah, just having a quick look to see what other games are going on at the moment. Yeah, I could see Twizzy's currently playing Bronze Panic on Monkey in the Middle. We're gonna have a quick look at this. Monkey in the middle, I'd expect both players to be crawling along the sides. Occasionally, nod players in the top left will crawl outwards as well as down. Some GDI players are now opting to crawl over to here, and then like I think AOD likes to do this, and then crawl down here with a ref here to get this tib. So you kind of have some interesting placements. So we're seeing Bronze actually opted to move his Conyard out here and try and put pressure in, but if you're doing this against a GDI player who's crawling into, you're going to have a rough time, especially with all these grounds on the field. Yeah, looks like Twizzy's going to take this one. Interesting going for a sandbag option here, so he moved his Conyard from here all the way up to here. You can actually just move this out one tile and put a power plant here instead, it'd be a bit better. And here we see the grinds coming in the other side, is very good. Going to be able to take out the MCV. Just needs to make sure to move these in range. Looks like he's not quite going to get it. If he had a couple of orcas, maybe. He'd want to sell this before he loses it. Don't let the harp go in there. Don't let the harp go in there. No! He'll lose the harp too. Got the MCV. The opponent's currently on one airstrip, one hand and odd, so low power with one refinery. He's not going to be able to beat this. He's going to try to come in and snipe this. By doing this, he's forcing Twizzy to sell though, and Twizzy at that point could just mass a shit ton of grenadiers and win. It's not always a good idea to do this. GG. Looks like Twizzy wins that one. Nicely done.
Battle control terminated.
GG, Ron. So that was your second game, was it? We'll pop in, see how DJ's doing against Rash at the moment. Nice, nice. So seeing players again choosing Quarry, interesting choice. So Uncle DJ against Rash. Seeing 3 refinery play here from DJ, fairly standard. Something similar coming out from Rash. Denying the scout. Important. I expect both players at the moment to be building an airstrip. And there it is coming out from Rash. Expect to see it coming down for DJ pretty soon as well. There it is. Interestingly enough, Rash didn't opt to use a silo for this crawl, just slapped his refs here and here, which is okay, but it's like you can see that this is quite far from the Tib. It's interesting because the top player is going to have a far distance to travel anyway. It's always a slight disadvantage, I think, playing on the top. Seeing the center ref coming out now for Rash. DJ close behind. I would like to see another silo here before getting a ref down. It's not as close as this one. Seeing some forces push in from Rash. Seeing DJ trying to hold up a defensive position. Can sell these silos. I'd always be cautious about selling all of these. I'd keep maybe 2 of them in case one gets sniped while your forces run in to defend it. DJ needs to be careful here. If he loses all these units, he's going to be in trouble. Seeing the crawl still going on from Rash, and the same here from DJ. Gonna push him back, which is good. Can sell that silo at this point, and that one. They read my mind. This is good. Forcing a turret placement here is going to put him behind an eco a little bit. Has his second ref up, same time here. Pathing seems to have screwed this one guy. Not sure he's going to make it out alive. Doesn't quite make it. Oh, no, he survived. Lucky buggy. Very lucky. DJ, meanwhile, continuing his crawl here, would want a hand and nod position to here or here to help reinforce this. Rash needs to make sure that this gets delayed while he gets up and running here. Although I suspect that at this point, Rash is likely building a second strip. Yeah, there's the second strip coming out from Rash. DJ's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's got his second strip up now. Needs to make sure he doesn't lose this. Should be okay against this army. Like, those buggies aren't going to do a huge amount of damage to that airstrip. Would like to see pressure with these units. In they come. No, he's pushing them back. Should really push him with these. Maybe in here, try to get the power plant. Just out of the range of the turret. DJ going on a counter attack down here for the first time. No, he's pulling back. DJ playing very defensively here. Rash kind of keeping the pressure on and forcing him to play in this way. We can see even though DJ was in a position to expand earlier, because Rash was in place, he wasn't able to do it. And now this has given Rash an actual lead here in terms of the eco. Gonna knock the silos off. This is good. Delay this even further as much as he can. It's fantastic. Dangerous force amassing here. He should really push in with these and take out this ref. Rash now opting to... Is he going to pressure fully in here? Yeah, Rash seeing this weakness brings his forces in to defend. This is smart. DJ can still go up here, although there's a turret in place now. This is very well placed. Rash is going to get this refinery. I think that might be GG. He's already behind. Losing the rest is kind of a big deal at this point. He needs whatever eco he can get. You can see here, unlike the last games, having these bikes in the mix made it easier to snipe that turret by a lot. Looks like that's GG. Rash gonna take it. Nicely played.
Control terminated.
Curious to see the eco difference here. Yeah, it's not huge, but it's just enough. Nice. And it looks like we got AOD Gaming going 2-0 against Mrs. Meds. And we're going to pop into their next round of games, which is going to be AOD Gaming playing against Parapapa. Both playing random? Surely not. Surely not. Yeah, it looks like AOD actually being the one not to play random is quite weird. I'll believe it when I see it. Here we go. So AOD versus Parappa. Nice. Alright, it's playing on Duality. The second game we're seeing on this map. Looks like both players opting to go down. This is slightly different. Remember, this is reverse mirrored, so this is quite different way of playing for these two players. The advantage down here, of course, is that you have this cover, whereas down here you don't necessarily have it, and you're attacking into your opponent's cover. Playing this GDI, you might have a specific strategy here to try and get Gorenz up front. Do some early harassment because he's closer and suspecting that Parappa might be down here. Of course, if Parappa's playing random, AOD doesn't quite know just yet what race he is. So as soon as he sees the flamer, he's going to know where the hand it on. Seeing 2 refs up from Parappa already. Nicely positioned here and here. 2 refs up from AOD. Would be a nice position here actually to get a war factory well protected. Can only get attacked from people coming in up here. Can only get the scout off though here. Looks like he might also get the scout off here if AOD moves this down. I'm sorry, Mrs. Meds. It's just the way that it works with the seeding. I know it's a rough time. I've been there. I know. Up to 3 ref now from Parappa and an Apache coming before the airstrip. Similar AOD going for 3 ref. Expect to see the War Factory coming up now. 2 Apache coming from Parappa. This is interesting. Gonna do some power damage here, it's no harm. Putting the War Factory here, I don't know about that. I mean, we might be going for 2 War Factory all in, I guess. Put the second one here. Like, I'd be inclined to put a War Factory back here rather than exposed up here, but we do have the trees for some cover. Using those 2 Apaches quite effectively. I don't think he's quite going to be able to get this. Almost. Oh, and the Boogie's going to finish it off. Oh, that's going to hurt. Apache's going to come in for wave 2 and finish it, if not the Boogies. Oh, I think AOD is not going to be able to do much here. Parappa needs to switch into some bikes to deal with that medium tank. These aren't going to be able to take this out. With the Boogies they might. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, he's going to come in. I can't come in here, I guess it's blocked off, right? Oh, so close. He needs to get this repaired ASAP before the Apaches come in for round 2. And there's the bikes on the field. I think with Parappa's micro, he should be able to take out those medium tanks with his bikes. But he's just going straight for the War Factory, looked like. Got the second War Factory out and immediately sold the MCV while he's... I don't know about this. This is going to be a rough position. AOD does have 4 medium tanks in the field now, which can be difficult for Nod, but these bikes are going to pick this off, no problem. I don't know why this wasn't positioned back here where it's more safer. Bikes, granted, could still come in up top. He's out of production buildings. Parappa, however, is out of eco. Parappa's sitting happily on 3.5k. Just mass-produced Grens. All he can do at this point is rush and hope for the best. Might want to mix some minigunners into this mix. And he has a couple here from the cell, but minigunners tend to be better versus bikes than grenadiers. And of course, the Apache going to tear up whatever infantry's here. Parappa really needs to use his micro carefully. Get the Apaches to fire on these individual Gren units, and then have the bikes come in and snip out the tanks. Once the tanks are gone, it's no problem, right? Because you can just build flamers here. I'm not sure about the artillery. I would have probably preferred to go safer with a couple more bikes, or even a light tank or 2. Squash the infantry that come out later on. Rocket Man coming out. I mean, it'll do the job, I guess. AOD giving a good attempt here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Looks like Parappa's going to take this. Especially with the comm center now out, you can switch to flame tanks. Yeah, it's going to be a rough break here for AOD. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. Dual Apache is quite interesting. See a couple of players doing it. Like, it takes a lot of APM to like get the most value out of one Apache. Doing it for 2, it's going to be a rough time. In comes Parappa. Get the power, slow down his production. Sending the Apache to deal with any loose infantry. Well, I finished off. There you go. Rough break, AOD. Those have the Grens over here, hoping to snipe the MCV. This is a nice cheeky attack. But that extra money is just going to be able to enable Parappa to spam out flame tanks, or if he needs to just continue with the bikes and buggies. Use the Apaches to grind up whatever infantry comes out at this rate. There's so few in the field. Looks like it's going to be GG to Parappa. There it is. Well played, it's 1-0 Parappa.
Battle control terminated.
One 0. Seeing a few duality games going on there, it's good. Parappa is pretty good with his Nod versus GDI play, so it's not surprising that he was able to win that. he knows how to handle the 2 War Factory all in for sure. It's like another Quarry game coming up. Seems like the players this tournament are favouring Duality and Quarry the most. Parappa looking to go for random this game. AOD looking to stick with GDI. I would say that AOD's GDI is stronger. So in a GDI v GDI matchup, I would favor AOD in this. If it's GDI versus Nod, I'd favor Parappa. It'll be interesting to see. I think Parappa knows enough to be able to get early flame tanks against GDI if he needs to. But we'll see how it plays out. So of course, again, about players, I'd expect the standard 3-ref opener. AOD's GDI play in this map, he sometimes goes 3-ref War Factory, sometimes goes all the way up to like 5-6-ref. Occasionally he's gone all the way up to 8-ref. And so there are a lot of options that he has available to him. It really depends on how much pressure that Parappa's putting on. If he goes for another 2 Apache in this round, I would say that AOD's in a lot of trouble, provided that Parappa's playing Nod. If Parappa's playing GDI, AOD needs to make sure that he actually exploits the use of Orca. It's something that Parappa's not familiar with dealing with GDI, re-GDI mirror matchups. So we'll see if he does that or if he just sticks to the War Factory. The other key thing with that is you need to make sure you scouted your opponent's base to enable that. But it looks like Parappa is playing as Nod in this game. So it's unlikely we'll see any Orcas here. So yeah, I would say because he's playing Nod, Parappa's probably favored to win this round, but we'll see. We'll see. You never know, there can be easy upsets. And quickly having a look to see. We can see Twizzy won Rebot Bronze Panic 2-0. Nice. This is why Grens are not ideal anti-scouts. Because of this, you're able to get a full scout on. You're just lucky to be able to produce units here. This is why I personally prefer minigunners. Meanwhile, Nod player, Parappa, come on man. AOD might have been able to get lucky with that minigunner if he didn't stop it, but we'll see. Has a small squad of Grens here. This is very typical GDI play on this map. You want a small squad, 3 or 4 Grens here and here at the same time to distract your opponent. Usually you start one of them attacking in, they move their units out to attack it, and then you swoop in with the second one. Not sure about these ref placements on Parappa. These are kind of poor, to be honest. AOD also not opting to use the silo, so it kind of balances out, I guess. But especially when you're up top, like this is a huge distance to be mining. Parappa coming in with the scout here. Gonna see the War Factory. And it does indeed look like AOD went 3-ref War Factory, so getting the early War Factory up to help deal with any early aggression from Parappa. Smart move. If he leaves it too late, he could be in a lot of trouble, especially if Parappa switches to flame tanks at any point. And we're seeing the 2 Apache play still in the field, which is good from Parappa. It worked well last game. Would like to see these being used. Particularly here, if he has this scouted. Looks like he's going for multiple Apache. I suspect going up for possible 4 Apache, snipe the War Factory. This would be something you wouldn't necessarily expect from Parappa, so this is quite smart. And it looks like the hotkey bug has taken place. He selected all of them, but only 3 of them actually went in to do the attack. Going straight for the Conyard. AOD did try to cut this off, but he does have vision of it, sadly. Because he only has 3 Apache, though, he's not likely to get this. He's going to be very annoyed that that 4th Apache didn't come with them. Oh, and the rocket men almost hold it off. Trying to get them in position. He's actually going to be able to hold this, but for how long is the real question. These guys can just come back for round 2. Not sure he's going to have enough rocket men, and he's spending a fortune on these. The only benefit of this, of course, is that Parappa spent a fortune on getting the Apache, so it's a bit of a trade-off. Neither player have managed to expand their eco out this far just yet. Oh, and in come the Apache. This time opting for the War Factory. This is going to be gone. Down it goes. At the moment, AOD is definitely behind. He's going to have a rough time trying to crawl back from this. As GDI, it's very frustrating playing against Apaches. Like, you're so limited in terms of your anti-air, especially this early on. You could go Comm Center and AGT, which I've seen AOD do a couple of times, but at that stage, so much time has been invested, and just the amount of money, it's not usually worth it, and it would be too little too late. Both players getting their refs out here. Same over here. Seeing a small counter-attack coming up here from AOD. This might be a headache for Parappa to deal with, since his units are out of position. Should really attack him with these 3 tanks here. Keep pressure on both sides. Not sure what he's planning to target here. Maybe come in and deal with the Apaches. But just sitting them here in front of the production buildings isn't a good idea. Gonna be able to deal with this. Sending the Apaches in maybe to try and finish off this refinery. Doesn't quite have the ammo for it. Has managed to nullify this attack. It was a bit useless. Should be able to get a couple of these buggies, but other than that, not sure he's going to have much success with this attack. AOD is sitting on 4.5k. I'm not sure if he's building a war factory right now, or if he's just forgotten to build stuff altogether. Come on, AOD. Parappa, meanwhile, continuing his crawl down here to secure the eco lead. Send those Grens in to get that power plant. There's the war factory going down. He was indeed building it. Now he's the war factory down, get a few tanks up, focus on getting the refinery expansion out here. This is nice. Oh, it doesn't quite manage to delay the refinery here. Just off a little bit. Oh, they all get squished. That is unfortunate. It's good awareness from Parappa. Oh, this is going to be painful. Having the war factory back here is better than having it up here. Like, this is so exposed, right? And he was punished for doing it. Still has his MCV at this point, Parappa. He could opt to build a second airstrip since he's all the way up here. Using the Apache here. Get whatever damage he can off. Seeing 5 tanks coming up from AOD. At this point, he has managed to crawl the way up top, which is a huge comeback for him, but he's going to have a real hard time defending this. He needs to spam out minigunners here to help deal with all these bikes. He's not out of it just yet. There's good awareness getting some of them up here too. Of course, the Apache's going to go in and try and steamroll this. Trying to hold a key choke here. Would like to see a couple of tanks, maybe not all of them, come in here and do some damage, forcing his units back. This would be quite good if he can get this power plant, delay his expansion up here. Seeing the Gren sneaking in, also coming in down here. The infantry being ahead of the tanks here, leaving them exposed to a bike snipe. Quite painful. Seeing the tanks have glitched on top of each other too. Gonna get the hand and nod. Gets it. A couple more tanks still here. Second war factory's up. Might want to consider selling the MCV at this point and just all in on tanks. I think he's going to have a very hard time trying to expand out to here. Looks like Parappa's getting ready to go in for the all offensive here. Did get the power plant up here in the meanwhile. This base is pretty much dead at this point. Wasted his money repairing the second half of this. Not sure it was necessarily needed. If it was going to be attacked, he should just opt to sell it. Yeah, this is going to be game over. This is the last attack force he has. Seeing the MCV sell. A lot of infantry in a guard tower in place here. I might actually clean up this army. Yeah, he's being forced to pull back. Looks like he's building tanks down here instead of routing them up here. Patchy fire, of course, doing feck all damage to medium tanks. Sitting in a group of Grens down here. It would be great to deal with the turrets, but a couple of flamers will deal with it, no problem. There they are. Parappa's got his eye on the prize this game. Parappa's still putting on the pressure, but I don't know if he can pull this back. I'm surprised the Parappa's opting to go for this war factory instead of trying to get this one, but getting either one of them is pretty good. He's bleeding a little bit in terms of cash. Could use a second ref down here. Maybe sell these ones up back here. They're not really being much help at this point. He's in trouble here. He needs to bring these forces back to help deal with this. AOD definitely not giving up without a fight. Scatter these. AOD, you know better. Seeing an obelisk coming up from Parappa. Likely to get some SSMs maybe to help deal with these from back here. Could also go with the flame tanks if you wanted. I'm not sure if he has this scouted, but I suspect he should be aware that there's more than one war factory on the map. Yeah, he comes. Once he takes this out, it's going to be impossible for AOD to really come back. Especially if there are SSMs or flame tanks on the field. Yeah, there goes the war factory. It was a valiant effort from AOD trying to come back from that, and he held in pretty well. A lot of his clusters of units doing pressure was very good. I don't think Parappa expected him to put up such a fight. There's a second strip coming down too. Yeah, Flamers making easy work of the Grens. AOD opting to sell. It's GG. Parappa's gonna take that. I guess that's 2-0 to Parappa. Well played.
Battle control terminated.
Well played. I'm just going to check in briefly on the scores here. See if there are any updates. Not seeing any more updates just yet. Let's have a look, see who's currently playing. We have Blackie currently playing against Twizzy. That was intense, Rash. Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth. AOD definitely didn't go down without a huge fight. So it was definitely well played, trying to hang in there. But I think that War Factory positioning just cost them the game, right? And letting the scout get through. Paraf was a bit cheeky with the Apaches, but it's all fair. So well done to him. So Twizzy versus Blackie should be interesting. I haven't actually seen these two players face off against each other. Interesting. It's like Twizzy actually opted to do a southern crawl instead of along the side, which is quite rare these days. I know Meds likes to do this kind of build against not players. So crawl all the way into here, so he's got a huge eco advantage. I think he's going to actually take this from Blackie. Are seeing flame tanks in the field to deal with the Grenadiers, but I don't know. Twizzy's looking in an alright position. Doesn't have his War Factory anymore, so if he doesn't get this airstrip, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Go on, Twizzy. Not quite going to get it. Unfortunate. He's a lot of Grens here. The problem is going to be trying to break through these flame tanks. You heard Meds. Yeah, I was just saying that this crawling down towards the bottom is very similar to the way Meds plays this map against Not. Yeah, like this is going to be pain. Like you can actually build rocket men and have an okay time going against flame tanks, but if you're attacking into something like this, it's going to be painful. Like, ouch. You don't even have to shoot these. Like you literally just suicide them into the units, and the explosion when they die will just kill half of them. It does have a lot of units back here too. Should really be putting pressure on all these angles at the same time, but it's tough. Yeah, he has. I know he has. True story. Oh, this is gonna be painful. Oh, I have nightmares about this. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Hate to see it happen. I'd say Twizzy did well to do this kind of crazy expansion, but like you're not going to be able to beat this flame tank force really. It's like no matter where you look, they're just Grens getting flamed alive. Oof. In this situation, I would definitely suggest that you build rocket men, scatter them into a kind of a vast array of spaces, so that they actually have to walk in to do proper damage with the flames, and you're likely to be able to snipe one or two of them. But it's definitely a losing position to be in regardless. I respect the southern crawl though. It was definitely something worth trying, especially against Blackie. I think he struggles against GDI players in general, so doing something like this to catch him off guard is definitely it's not a bad idea. I don't think Blackie's going to win this game. Yeah, Just waiting for those to leave their refineries to sell. GG. Blackie's gonna take that one.
Battle control terminated.
I'll be curious to see if Cy and Adam are still playing. It looks like they're not at the moment. There's a guide on that forum link, Rash, for how to do it. Why didn't that? Oh, right, it scores, right? Yeah, there's a guide in the top post showing you how to actually do it if there's issues. If there's issues with it, the other thing you can do is you can send me a DM on Discord with a link to the replays themselves, so I can have a download of it afterwards. Or if you have the replay files, put them on Google Drive or something, and then just send that on to me, and I'll upload them later, and just upload your score onto the forum. Just make sure that there's some way that you're able to get the files to me, and that the score is reported. That's the important stuff. Custom games, custom AOD against Canomancer. Playing in their losers bracket, round 1. Who else we got? Adam against Miss Critical Meds. Rashnagar 1-2-1. Nice. Two, one. Nicely done, Rash. Ah, nice, Rash. I see them. Perfect. Good man. That's awesome. So currently, just to have a quick look at how the bracket's shaping up. Here you go. So Adam 1 versus Canomancer. Looks like Cy v Adam. Don't have the score for this match just yet. Rash v DJ. Looks like Rash 1-2-1. Twizzy v Bronze. Twizzy went through as he's currently playing Blackie. AOD Gaming versus Mr. Meds. AOD went through. Parappa's currently won against AOD there. The losers bracket, we got AOD Gaming versus Kano, Uncle DJ versus Bronze, and we're waiting to see who Miss Meds will come across here. Interesting. So we'll go see who's currently playing games and see if we can cast some of them. Looks like Twizzy v Blackie are going at it again. check it out. So previously, Blackie won the last game. Mrs. Meds, you're having lag issues with Adam again. Were the issues down to who was hosting it, Mrs. Meds, or is it just a general issue you're having? Because there's, like, if it's a case that you're having lag issues against any custom matches, there's not much you can do with it. If it's a case that the connection is slightly better if you're hosting it, we can have a look and see if Adam would be okay with dealing with that, if it's better for you to host it. Alright, you've got Twizzy on the right hand side playing as GDI, Blackie on the left playing as Nod. I expect both players in this map to go 2 refs in the center and usually a 3rd ref up here. 1 ref here, 2 refs in here. There's not much I can do about that, Meds. If you have a suggestion in terms of anything that might improve your connection, you can let me know, but other than that, unfortunately, there's nothing I can really do. Looks like Twizzy's opting to go 3 ref here is interesting, not getting 2 refs in the starting field, instead of opting to crawl all the way up here early. It's interesting. Looks like Blackie's in the process of getting his airstrip here. Twizzy's sending out a sneak attack up here, but it's been scouted. Flamer's on the way to help deal with it. Deal's played out. Nice. Cool. There's the airstrip. Would like to see this a bit more forward to help with his crawl, but fair enough. The War Factory coming out from Twizzy now, placing it quite defensively back here. It's a smart idea, putting it behind the racks. Means it can't really be attacked only if they get in here, and if they get in here, which is unlikely. Needs to scatter these. Nice. Going to get the scout and see the War Factory. Blackie, a player known not to really build Apaches, so he doesn't really have to worry about that. Unless Blackie goes against his usual style and builds a couple of them. But generally speaking, I don't think Blackie tends to build it. I suspect Twizzy is possibly going for 3 ref 2 War Factory all in here. Meanwhile, Blackie, more standard, has his 5 refs up. Likely to see maybe a 2nd strip up here. Going for the War Factory despite its location. Getting in behind the refs. He's going to actually get it. It's going to be a huge blow to Twizzy. Not sure what his plan is. Like, he's spent so much time building that 2nd ref that his second, I guess he's building a 2nd War Factory and cancelled out of it, or just was very delayed between getting the War Factory and building that ref. He's going to need to expand his eco quite a lot, quite fast to keep up. Okay, currently it's 4 ref versus 5, and you can see that Blackie is planning to crawl downwards. This is the comm center for Vision 2. Could also potentially build flame tanks. Twizzy, don't let him get your conyard. Twizzy. Okay, good man. He's keeping that safe for now at least. Seeing a single ground here. Gonna get sniped off. Pushing him with some buggies. Put some harassment on. Twizzy's pretty far behind at this point. Could potentially be building a 2nd War Factory. There it is, going up. You can check the bracket side and see. I don't know. Getting the buggy. Looks like Blacky's gonna come in and get the War Factory for the second time. Oof, I don't think Twisty at this point can come back from that. Losing the War Factory 2 times, only has 1 tank on the field. It's pretty much Blacky's game. He should really go for a second airstrip rather than bothering with the eco expansion down here at this stage, but we'll see how it plans out. It's gonna take the ref. There's a second airstrip, fair enough. There's a flame tank to deal with the Grens. We're seeing this War Factory still there. Build a third one maybe? And sold as Conyard. Flame tank will be able to eat that up, no problem. Looks like size 1-2-0 versus Adam. Nicely done. So that's going to put Rash against Sai in round 3. I'm going to pop out of this and into that game now. This is Blacky's game. There's nothing Twizzy can really do here, unfortunately. But it was a good attempt, but I think Blacky's pretty tough to beat.
Control terminated.
Nice. Okay. What is this? Sai, Crash, the official Green Acres map with top and bottom spawns. There we go. Kiesel's joining in on the fun. Nice. Cool. This should be an interesting game. Sai versus Rash. Green Acres, top v bottom. Suspect you might see some interesting racks crawling from the side on this map. We'll see how it plays out. We'll throw up the score. Psy versus Rash. $206. Perfecto. So Rash moving to the choke. Psy simmering down here. I've just pinged him there, Bronze. So seeing 1 ref here from Rash. Psy currently up to 2 ref. The second ref out from Rash now. Would expect Psy to get maybe a forward airstrip. Similar here, get an airstrip here, it gives you the ability to crawl over to here or here. Getting the scout off, going to be able to see what's going on in the base. Seeing the strip go down here for Psy. Same coming up from Rash. Pretty identical builds. 2 ref airstrip. Placement here is okay, using the silos to crawl over. This might have been better to put here to help get over here quicker. Setting the silos, pretty standard. Seeing the 3rd ref now come down for Rash. There's the 3rd for Psy. Both players staying either side of the tip field, neither of them wanting to commit to getting a harv onto it yet, it's too dangerous. Seeing a forward turret coming up from Rash, this will prevent any harvesters wanting to wander into this section of the map. Forward hand and nod is good, you can reinforce this with minigunners to attack down to here. Seeing a 2nd ref over here is quite unusual. Currently 4 refineries versus 3. Rash really putting the pressure on here. Second turret going down, it's going to eat up these buggies. Both players have kind of eased off in terms of their building, but they're opting to keep their con yard, I guess, for additional turrets or potentially to crawl with Raxes. Seeing this wall of turrets coming down from Rash. Gonna take out the middle heart. I've pinged him on a link, Nightcrawler, you can check out. It's currently looking like 3 ref versus 2 at the moment. Hey, good to see you, Meds. He is indeed. Hey Adam, good to see you. So at this point, Size is kind of dominating the Tiberian sections of the map, trying to off-put him from wanting to get his harvesters over here. Now we are seeing Rash getting out some light tanks now to help deal with all these buggies. I wouldn't say it's a shame necessarily, Meds. I think that there's 1 or 2 players who might actually be able to win a couple of matches here against him. Like, this isn't really an optimal build order at all, I'm seeing from Sai, so he's not playing at his best, let's say. Rash is still going to be in for a rough time here, though. GG, Sai's going to take it. It's going to be 1-0 to Sai. Also, you can check out the bracket there, Meds, if you need to catch up.
Battle control terminated.
In case you're curious how everyone's standing at the moment. And I'll have a look at them on stream after this. Yeah, no worries, man. That's why it's there. I know there can be quite a bit to go through. Looks like Adam won against Mrs. Meds in the losers bracket. I know Mrs. Meds was having some lag issues, which is unfortunate. But well done, Adam. Twizzy uploading the results for ZA Blackie. That's good. Thanks again for that, Twizzy. Appreciate it. Don't know if your message came true, but you're rooting for AOD. Yeah, I'd love to see AOD taken, to be honest. I think AOD is probably... I think AOD and Parappa are on the top of their games at the moment. In terms of the ladder anyway. In terms of tournament performance so far, I'm not so sure. But Parappa did beat AOD already. So he's going to have a rough time coming back up, but he can do it. Alright, so Sai v Rash round 2. Yeah, we saw a couple of them. I think they were good games. All right, Sai v Rash. Rash the top left, Sai in the bottom right. Sai opting to deploy just above the cliffs here. It's kind of an older build order, but this should work. Going power plant, likely hand a nod, get a ref up here and a ref down here. Rash, meanwhile, opting to deploy here is a bit more standard, getting a power plant here, hand a nod here, and get a refinery out here. This map is, if you're not super familiar with it, the kind of key thing is to be able to take control of these middle Tiberian fields. The further ahead of your opponent you can get, the better eco advantage you have, and if you can get closer to them in terms of building placement, you can get like turrets and stuff in key position things here and here to be able to hold them off if they rush in for an attack. But we're seeing Rash is actually opting to go back here early. I think this is a mistake. I think this is such a safe tip field, you can get that later. You're better off expanding more forward aggressively before you start going backwards. But it's no harm, it's early in the game, so it's personal preference. I'm getting a power plant for the crawl, could fit a ref in here. Sai holding off some scouting, it's no harm. Has a nicely placed flamer here to deal with the sneaky minigunner going through the tip field here. Gonna be able to get this guy too, or run right past them. Unfortunate. Did manage to get a scout in here too, this is good. Sai meanwhile is scouting out some of this base, so he knows that his opponent's crawling downwards and not necessarily across, or at least not yet. We're seeing the 2 ref strip coming from Sai. Rash has 3 refs up on the field at the moment. I think nod players like to get 2 refs, then usually get a silo and an airstrip this side so they can take advantage of both sides of the map. But currently we're seeing Rash go pretty heavy on the eco instead with 3 ref. I don't think he's going to put a strip here. It wouldn't be an ideal position. He doesn't really want to put it in here either. Might try squeeze it here. Yeah, there's the strip going here. I'm not sure I like this placement. Your units might spawn here. Ah, they happen to spawn here. This is okay. It's not too bad. It'd be worse if they kept spawning this side. 2, 3. So both players have 3 ref, 1 airstrip. Seeing a turret coming down from Rash here. This will also help if the opponent tries to attack him through the middle later on, which is good. Preferring size refs, they're quite spaced out. This ref can get this tip field, this tip field, this ref gets this tip field, this ref gets this tip field, this ref gets this tip field. This gets this, this gets this, this gets this, this gets this. They're fairly even in terms of having 1 tip field each, I suppose. Is going to lose the power plant here though. Down it goes. Sai continues and expand up here. As you can see, it's a very aggressive style, possibly going all the way up here for another ref. Meanwhile, Rash has kind of opted to stop his crawl and is going this way. Could put the power plant here and continue down towards this tip field. Power plant here is kind of a nice way of blocking entrance to the base. It's not a bad placement necessarily. It gives him a bit of extra time to deal with this. This is a bit trolly though, like he could have just like expanded into his opponent here and put down hand and odds maybe and started capturing like the refineries. But this kind of makes sense too. Going for the heavy eco play. Bit risky leaving one of these on their own, but should be fine. His opponent's busy enough trying to starve off this attack, so it shouldn't be a problem. Hey man, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. We're seeing Rash opting to try and crawl down here, but it's getting cut off by Sai with a couple of bikes. Because this is left totally undefended. Easy pickings. Getting a hand and nod down to help defend it. A bit too late. This will make sure he can build a ref here still though. It's good. Nice, man. I feel privileged. Appreciate it. It's a slippery slope. Tourneys are fun. It's great seeing players actually trying their hardest, or at least trying in a more I don't know, like the pressure's kind of on in the tournament in a slightly different way to the actual ladder, so it's interesting to see how players opt to play. Like seeing stuff like Parappa go 4 Apache is not really something you'd see him do in a ladder, but you'd see him do it in a tourney. It's very neat to see players do things they might not necessarily usually do. So Sai's power plant going to get sniped here, but a ref going in exchange is a pretty fair deal. Could opt to push in with these units down here as well. Currently not doing that. Bringing these units back to sandwich these. It's going to be a rough time. Meanwhile, again, opted to crawl all the way over here. Needs to sell all those silos. Seeing the MCV cell now coming down from Rash. Yeah, the side calls from Sai are a bit wacky, I'm not gonna lie. Not so sure I approve of them, but he seems to know what he's doing, so I'll leave him to it. Seeing the majority of Sai's army is split. Like, he's quite weak up here, bar that turret. It's actually quite a nice idea, so he can bring these units back and help defend them. But meanwhile, he's in here getting this ref, trying to do some damage. Yeah, Sai has been uncontested in the middle. Like, both players just crawling and doing their own thing doesn't really work against top level players. Like I was saying, when he got to this point, he should have probably crawled in here. But like I was saying earlier, Rash, when he was putting his airstrip down, I wouldn't have put it here. I'd do the silo and put it here instead, so you can put some pressure in here. Alright. The Sai's army is pretty split at the moment, which is okay for now. Yeah, sitting on 5k, he's not building anything. He only has one airstrip. Should really be getting the second one down. Not quite sure what he's doing at the moment. He is producing units, so he hasn't forgotten. I'd like to see even a hand and nod here and just spam out a shit ton of minigunners to just deal with this. Like, at the moment he's only using buggies. I mean, his micro isn't particularly great here either, to be honest. Sai's played better. But, I don't know, he's hanging in there somewhere. I think he has the eco lead. He's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 refs versus what? 1, 2, 3 refs. Like, he's got double the amount of refs, and like these tip fields are all mined out, whereas he still has this whole thing, as well as this whole thing. But this harvester isn't actually getting this field; it's long distance mining. Also happily sitting on 5k. Like, it's gonna be, I don't know what Rash can do here at this point to try and pick a win back. Like, after settling the MCV, he really needed to do some damage and just didn't pull it off. Most irritating thing at the bottom right, Monkey? Yeah, you need to make sure you micro this harvester to get both fields, or else build 2 refs in here, one in this field, one in this field, and just say, fuck it. Sai committing a lot to getting this harvester. Gonna get it. Are there any more harvesters on the map for Rash? So there's one here. That's it, I guess. Yeah, it's the only harvester left. Damn, that's scary. So a lot of it was happening when like this crawl was being contested. Sai was down here doing serious damage to the harvest. Damn, it's unfortunate, Rash. You've played well. I think anyone here is going to have a really tough time beating Sai. I think it's doable. You just kind of have to have a bit of luck on your side too. But well played. Well played. I'm just going to quickly have a look, see if there's anything to update. We can have a quick look at the bracket here. I'm going to be AFK for 2 seconds. That score was Sai 2. Perfect. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Alright, back. Sorry about that. You saw Cam when you looked on your mobile app. Where is it? There it is. Good to see you, Meds. Right. Let's see if there are any score updates. Of course, side 2-0. Perfect. So just a quick note for those who are playing in the tournament. When it gets to the winners finals, don't start those games until I'm available, just so I can actually watch them on stream. I'll post a note in the Discord too. Cool. Let's go back and see what games are currently going on. I don't know about that, Adam. We'll see. Don't worry too much about it. Let's Parappa and Blackie. Yeah, let's pop into Parappa and Blackie's game, see what they're doing. Hey, Kato. GG's today. Looks like they're playing on... Oh wow, I didn't expect anyone to play on Eventide. This is cool. I wonder who chose this. Blackie v Parappa? Very cool to see this. So at the moment Parappa's sitting on like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ref. We got Blackie sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4 ref. Parappa being slightly more aggressive, taking control of the center area here. Features of this map, you can see that there's some neutral buildings positioned here, here, also over here, and the same on the top. Here, here, and also over here. Some of these have been destroyed, so you can get through it. Interesting to see how this plays out. We can see that Parappa's also actually got a ref up here, so did a huge silo crawl, it looks like, to get there. Blackie gonna capture this hand and nod, it looks like. Manages to get it. Cheeky. Yeah, it's I don't necessarily think it was a cap. I think it might have been a silo crawl over to here, because it's very awkward for you to actually build all the way out to here as the top right player. But possible. Yeah, it looks like Parappa is doing quite some serious damage here. Blackie's on the back foot. Deciding where to go. Quick dip, go down here and snipe this. GG, looks like Parappa's gonna take that one. Very cool to see players using this map.
Battle control terminated.
There will be a survey that goes around after the tournament, same as last time. Just getting feedback from the players in terms of whether or not they like the custom maps, if they think it's a good balance between regular ladder maps versus custom maps and all that good stuff. Cool. Looks like they're going for round 2. Parappa's been on pretty good form in terms of the ladder performances lately, so it's cool to see. I think I would be very happy if AOD or Parappa managed to win the tournament. I think realistically it's going to be between those two for second place and Sai take first, but anything can happen. It's still early days. And in the losers bracket, AOD beat Canomancer 2-1, it looks like. So that means that Twizzy and AOD Gaming will be playing in the losers round 2. Nightcrawler saying it's one apiece in this matchup. That's good to know. Thanks, Nightcrawler. Adam thinks Uncle DJ's going to go far. You probably won't beat him. Yeah, DJ's a good player. I think he's slightly worse playing against GDI players, but that's just been my experience up against them. Okay, we're seeing Parappa going for the 3 ref, using the silo to crawl to get better placement here. Similar on this side. This ref is a bit questionable. I'd probably put this up 1 tile and over to the left more. Not a huge deal. We've got 3v3 refs. Expect to see an airstrip here, an airstrip here. Yeah, you've just jinxed yourself, Critical. Good luck with that. He's good versus non-players. His GDI stuff needs a little bit of work, I think. Let's see. Who's going to get the strip out first? Hey, good to see you in chat, Love Handles. When are you getting back on the ladder? I haven't seen you play in ages. Yeah, of course. You only play Nod, right, Adam? Already too strong. I was talking about meds. When this season resets. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I think you're almost retired at this stage in this game, right, meds? You haven't played it in a while. Let's see, it's 4 refs up for Parappa. Blackie about to get his 4th one up, but Parappa's coming in to block it just in time. Yeah, you're spamming the SC2. Yeah, for sure. I find myself playing some SC2 and AoE2 these days. Forcing a turret to come up here, it's interesting. It's going to put him way behind in terms of the eco. Like, Parappa's got his 2 refs here already, and Blackie meanwhile has just been busy dealing with the harassment here. It's well played from Parappa. Blackie is sitting on 2.5k. He needs to be spending this stuff quicker. Seeing the second strip coming down for Parappa, opting for both of them up here. Blackie currently sitting on 1 airstrip. Nice concave units here. Looks like Blackie's just getting that ref and power plant down now. Very far behind at this point, like a whole airstrip behind. And Parappa's meanwhile continuing to crawl downwards to continue his eco expansion. A couple of bikes throwing into the mix here, it'll be good to help damage those buggies. Needs to be careful not to overcommit on the bikes though. Yeah, he switches back to buggies, it's good. There's the second strip finally coming down for Blackie at this point. Meanwhile, Parappa's kind of eased off in terms of his base expansion. I would have liked to have seen a ref down here already at this point. I guess the additional cost of the bikes might have set him back in terms of eco to be able to get the ref down. Nice. Yeah, as expected, Parappa's absolute demon with his micro. I bet to see a ref go down here, I hope. And it also looks like Blackie stopped building. Would have liked to see him start crawling down here earlier as well. He has the eco for it. He's going to lose this strip. It's huge. Oh, he's going to get the Conyard as well with 2 units. Oh, Blackie. Blackie. F in the chat for Blackie. Rash. I mean, it's not legally mandated, but if there's suspected foul play, I'll look into it. Yeah, this is huge for Parappa. I'd say the two of them are just chatting in game now. Parappa on a roll. I think Nightcrawler was saying they were already 1-1, but I know Parappa won the last game, so he'll win this series anyway and go through. Sure thing, Si. There you go. I would say so. I just hold off on playing the winners final till I give the A-OK. Not planning to hold it up or anything, but just so I can make sure that we show the game on stream. Okay, just looking at the scores, doing some updates. So Uncle DJ beat Bronze Panic 2-0 in the losers brackets. Good job, DJ. That's updated. So we can actually show the bracket on screen. There we go. This is how it's currently looking. So it's looking like Parappa will go through. I'll wait until they upload their scores. I don't know if it's 2-0 or 2-1, just to get that confirmation from them. And then we can watch Sai face off against Parappa for the winners finals best of 5 while these games continue onwards. Yeah, I think it was 2-1, but just want to be on the safe side. I just need to check something here for AOD.
Battle
Would
control
make a good addition to
terminated.
the bingo chart. Yeah, it sure would. Cool. I don't know why the music just like absolutely goes dead silent as soon as I go back to the main menu. It's a bit unsettling. Let me just turn something on. There we go. Cool. So this is how it currently looks at the moment. I'm looking to see what's going on in terms of the losers bracket at the moment, just to make sure that those games catch up. But I'm waiting for Parappa Blackie to put the results up, and then they can face off against USI. But I still just need them to put it up first. Yeah, okay, that's all right, Adam. Once he's not too long, like there is a, you know, there is a hard limit not being more than 10 minutes, just out of consideration for everyone else playing. Because we're going to be in a position now where the winners final will go through, and then they'll have to be waiting for a while before the losers bracket catches up. It is a cozy fire. You're not wrong. Let's see if... I haven't heard from Twizzy or AOD, so I'm just going to have a quick look and see if they're actually playing at the moment. I don't see them at the moment, but I do see Sai and Parappa are matched up. And Parappa's uploaded the replays. Nice. So this is the Parappa versus Sai in the winners final. So this is going to be a best of 5. Alrighty, we got Sai in the top left, Parappa on the bottom right. Both players opting to use a power plant to crawl towards the back. Yeah, GG's bronze. GG's. So we saw earlier Parappa used 4 Apaches to take out someone's Conyard. I'll be curious if he does manage to get vision in here, if he'll try it again against Sai. I would say Parappa has a chance of taking this, for sure. I think out of everyone in this kind of nod v nod mirror matchup, Parappa is probably the most favoured in the tourney to take this, out of anyone else. Both players up to 3 ref. Expect to see pretty standard mirror builds here. Airstrip here, airstrip here. There they go. You can see the power plant with silos to crawl, similar here. Probably could have put that up a tile, not sure why it's down one. Silos continuing to crawl up. Very standard. Denying the destruction of the silo, very important. Getting up the forward ref. Adding a power plant to the crawl. Pushing back this attack. Sai is a slight buggy lead at the moment. Has his ref down here. Parappa just getting his a little second later. Both players massing buggies, but we're seeing Sai starting to add in a couple of bikes to the mix. Sai pushing back Parappa into here. Couple of bikes now coming in for Parappa. Oh, they're going to get cut off down here. Needs to be careful he's not getting pushed into here. And we're seeing an engineer coming out from Parappa. Getting potentially a little bit of vision with the civilians getting shot by the opponent there. Maybe we'll see a Chino coming from Parappa. It'd be interesting. Sai now just taking full ownership of this section of the map. Seeing a few units up here too. Aware that his opponent's going to be crawling towards here around this time. Parappa moving his entire army a little bit. Splitting it here and here, I guess. Yeah, it's not allowed, but I'm curious to see if he does try and do it. I don't know if maybe he built this by accident and then realized he couldn't build a Chinook. Hey, brushing. It's good to see that. That's a Sai pretty much taking ownership of this section of the map now. Parappa kind of needs to push this and take either ownership of this section of the map or this section. You can't really leave Sai sitting on both of them. Sai is currently expanding down here to take this tip field. Parappa's kind of blocked. He can start crawling this way, but he still needs to break through this, which he's starting to do. Is on 2 airstrip, as is Sai at the moment. Only has 1 ref here. I would like to see a second one from Parappa. Instead of opting for the comm center, perhaps for the vision. Did see him opt to build a obelisk later on versus one of the GDI players. Did hear a stealth tank. Here they are. Parappa, you madman. I don't think he can get away with doing this kind of shit against Sai. Here they come. This Harv's glitched out. He's gonna block these refs with it. Or go in and potentially snipe the Conyard. Although he already has the refs down here. You're kind of behind in this position, so better late than never, but not ideal. Maybe he'll try block these refs. But meanwhile, Sai's just massing huge armies to these choke points. Here he goes. Gonna get it. Oh, doesn't get the cell. Trying to push in some kind of crawl here to get the refs up. He knows he needs this. He's gonna get some pressure here. Seeing a flame tank come out from Parappa, that's an interesting choice. I mean, at this point, Parappa's ego's gone. It's gone here, it's gone here. He really only has this, whereas his opponent has this and this. Could be like crawling up here if he needed to and take this, but Sai just kind of playing with his food at this point. Yeah, it's kind of scary, right? Like, Sai just does little things very well, and he knows when to put pressure on. And yeah, it's true, there's no Conyard left for Sai, so he's forced that he can't build this stuff. It's a good shout, Rash. He's just able to exploit like the slightest weaknesses his opponent has so well, and knows exactly when to push into them. Like, he's made like this commitment of turrets up here, and he's just like, ah, I don't need to deal with this, I just sit back. Like, look at all these units. It's a good warm-up game, we'll say that much. Like, Parappa will definitely know to put a lot more pressure on Sai next game, I guess. I'll be interested to see what map they choose next. GG, Sai's gonna take that one.
Battle control terminated.
Do 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 do. Alright, elevation. We got Parappa moving up, Sai staying still. Parappa assumingly going his nod again. Yeah, it's different brushings for sure. I mean, the key things that are like so important in this compared to other RTS is like obviously it's much older, right? But like structure placement is such a vital thing. Like you can only place buildings when they're directly touching another building, which like causes huge headaches. So you have to do things like using silos to crawl because they're cheap structures, and then sell them and then place the building you actually care about. It's also important that you have your refineries right next to the Tiberian, so you get your resources as fast as possible. And the harvester AI is a bit dumb. They tried to fix it in a couple of patches, but never quite got it right. So you end up in situations where you might have like two harvesters locked together trying to get one bit of Tiberium, and if you don't notice it and fix them, then you're just out of money, which sucks. So you constantly have to keep a quick eye on them. The other thing is that in terms of your production, your speed of units being produced is faster if you have multiple production buildings. So it's not like SC2 where like you click this building and you can build 5, you click another one, you can build 5. You have like a joint unit queue. But if you have 2 of these, they just produce slightly faster. So both players keeping up with the building speed pretty evenly at this point, and similar army count. We'll be curious. Parappa, I've noticed on this map, tends to try and get this middle tip field, which I think is a mistake. It's definitely a mistake against Sai. He's just going to abuse it straight away if he does it. So I'm curious if he switches tact and actually opts to go down here instead straight away. Whereas Sai, I expect, is pretty quickly going to have a second airstrip up, maybe here-ish. He'll either commit to having 2 up here, or he'll put 1 here and start attacking aggressively down bottom. And meanwhile, Parappa's got a second airfield on the pitch. Often keep the 2 of them together up top. And we're seeing the lower one coming from Sai. This will be interesting. Because these 2 are here, he's going to be able to reinforce attacks up here much faster. Having this down here means it takes a while to get your units back up here and help out. But it does give you the advantage if you want to attack down bottom. You can produce units and get here relatively quicker than if they're all the way up here. And it looks like Parappa is going for the center. I think Sai should be able to put pressure on this and make him pay for it if he's keeping an eye on it. Meanwhile, he's continuing his crawl down here to take this tip field. Parappa, rather than trying to secure this tip field, is putting his units here to hold this, to prevent an attack coming in, I suppose. But he's going to want to put more units up here, especially if he's got a harvester taking this tip. It's too valuable to leave unprotected. Meanwhile, Sai's coming in with a small force of his buggies that he produced from this airstrip. Not quite going to be able to pull this off, I don't think. He's pulling back his units, but now that Parappa's out of position, he's going to push in here and attack. Did give Parappa enough time to get a hand and nod up here to help reinforce this. But does have some bikes in the mix, which should be able to deal with turrets and structures relatively easily. Meanwhile, still putting in pressure down here because he's producing the units pretty quickly from that airstrip. It's going to come in for round 2 on this Conyard while also putting pressure in here. This forces Parappa to split his army, so he might be able to hold this off if all of his units were together, but at the cost of doing his Conyard. So he's opting instead to say, okay, I can't really afford to lose the Conyard, so this might drop. Yeah, it's a good point, Artie. You don't have this minimap by default. You have to build a structure to get it, and it's a pretty expensive, well, it's a relatively expensive structure. And the Fog of War works in such a way that the whole map is black, but once you see a section of the map, that you've permanent vision. There's no Fog of War. Once you've explored it once, you can see absolutely everything. Sai still pressuring this. Reinforcing his units up here, attacking the turrets. Parappa doing everything he can to try and hold this. He seems to have lost his harvester here too, which is likely what I said would happen. This is a mistake. It is interesting to note that Sai's kind of stopped in terms of building structures. He sold his MCV to be able to produce a shit ton of units to attack into this. That's quite a ballsy move. But because Parappa's so behind in eco and he's not expanding out here, should be okay. We can see the MCV was sold here from Parappa as well. Yeah, any amount of pressure on the MCV is brilliant for repair. Yeah, it costs, like, the buildings cost so much to repair. The MCV's, the construction yard, like, without that structure you can't build stuff. It costs the most. And it looks like Sai's gonna win it. That's 2-0 to Sai. The best of 5.
Battle control terminated.
I'll have a quick glance, see if there's any score updates from the losers bracket. Looks like AOD Gaming at 2-0 versus Twizzy in the losers bracket. Nicely done, AOD. So that means Rashnagar is up against AOD in losers round 3. Meanwhile, Uncle DJ and Adam are still facing off in the losers bracket. The winner of that will go on to face Blackie. And we're doing okay in time. We got like, what, 2.5 hours ish going so far. I think we were well ahead of it last time. I think it went on 5.5 to 6 hours. At this rate, I'd say you might even be done in 4.5 hours max. We'll see how it plays out in practice. But yeah, you can go ahead, Rash, and play your games. as soon as all the stuff's ready. Green Acres is an interesting one to choose for this. Yeah, I wouldn't call these brand new RTS mechanics, right? Like they're the OG sort of. Interesting. So Parappa's on the back foot here because it's a best of 5. He needs to win this, stay in it, or else Sai's gonna take the round. Green Acres, interesting map. I'm not quite sure what Parappa can do here, other than if he's spawning on the top, he can Rax crawl into his opponent. He could also take advantage of Southside turret and having that +1 range. It looks like Sai is who's going to be spawning on the top, so Parappa's on the bottom. Both players opting to move their MCV, fairly standard. Parappa playing GDI, it looks like. GDI Green Acres is very strong. Stronger when you're the top spawn, obviously, but doing what he can here to try and mix things up, it looks like. I think it's not a bad idea. Sai probably doesn't have a huge amount of experience playing decent GDI players lately, just because he hasn't been playing that much. And his Nod v Nod is super strong, just from like 3 seasons worth of playing, right? He might be slightly less experienced when it comes to facing off against GDI, but we'll see what Parappa does here. Going for 2 ref, out to 3 ref here. Looks like Sai going 2 ref into airstrip, some Grens for pressure, this is good. As GDI, he needs to keep on putting the pressure here. And he's kind of run out of Grens, which isn't great. Not sure what his play here is. Possibly going for a War Factory at this stage. Would like to see a lot more Grens. Interesting that Sai doesn't have an Apache. Standard for Nod players building Apache against GDI. Granted, because he's so close in this map, it may not be a worthwhile investment, but you'd probably get at least your money's worth back. It's also worth pointing out, Brushing, is if you don't have this game, it's like $25 or something on Steam. Like it's almost nothing, and you get a Tiberian Dawn and also Red Alert in the package, which is amazing. I think he's blocked himself in here. Can he get through this gap? I guess he can, right? He's very fortunate he can get through that gap. Holy shit. Alright, Parappa, what's the plan here? If he's trying to go 2 War Factory all in, I don't think he's going to have the eco to really make it work. Meanwhile, Sai's kind of created an annoying little choke back here. Yeah, it's good. It's good fun. The single player stuff is worth it alone. The multiplayer stuff, there's a quick match setup. He does it the 2 War Factories here, and he sold the MCV, so this will be interesting. The quick match setup is interesting. Like the top 20-30 players are pretty much way ahead of the rest of the ladder, and getting a match might take a couple of minutes. Like it's a fairly quiet now compared to when it first launched, and the developers have stopped supporting the online play of it and bug fixing and stuff like that. So it's a little bit janky here and there, but there's still there's a good community of people playing it, and there's a couple of good Discord channels that you can check out if you are looking for the online stuff. Discords, yeah. Particularly the CNC Tournament Central Discord. All the top players are in there, and usually invite goes to anyone. All the top players tend to be in there discussing balance changes and things, optimizing builds and arranging custom games. It's always good fun. Parappa has managed to get quite a good amount of medium tanks here, but I think size micro with the bikes is going to be able to do enough damage to hold them off. You'll see. Has sold his Conyard. He's struggling a little bit to deal with this. Isn't actually building bikes, he's opting to build buggies, sitting on 2.5k. This is going to be pretty tight. Yeah, the tanks that are ground support are sitting ducks, you're right. Yeah, this is going to be size game. This is why having an Apache is not as effective as well. Like, you can just get your Apache and then grind these out. Yeah, it's going good, Ed. We're flying through it. There's been no issues yet that I'm aware of. Everyone's keeping good touch, updating the replays online. All pretty smooth. It's good to see. Getting that engineer. Yeah, Parappa's gonna have a real hard time breaking through this. Size just stopped building as well, sitting on 1500. Getting a couple of flamers out now to deal the grounds. While mopping up back here. Has the bikes here finishing off as harvesters too, so only one harvester left for Parappa. I'm not quite sure what side. Side's kind of clowning around here a bit. Needs to use these flamers and not lose this strip. There we go. Yeah, these are coming in, blocking the eco. Always super annoying when it happens. Nothing you can do about it. Parappa's out of money. GG, Sai's gonna take it. That's 3-0. Sai wins the best of 5.
Battle control terminated.
Nicely played, Parappa. It's always gonna be rough dealing with that. 100%. Nice. Uncle DJ beat you, Adam? That's rough. Sorry to hear, Matt. So if Uncle DJ beat you, that would mean I can have a look at the brackets here. This is how we're shaping up. If Uncle DJ beat you, then that means Uncle DJ versus Blackie and Rash versus AOD are the current games. He won 2-0. Nice. That's fortunate of you. You played some good games today for sure. A lot of close calls. Yeah, DJ is a really good player. Like he's in the top 10 or whatever, right? Where is he at? Number 12 at the moment, right? And like you're number 41. Like it's it's definitely not a bad thing to be losing to DJ, I can say that much. I'll pop in and see who's currently playing from the tournament at the moment. Might get to have a glimpse at AOD's games. Customs. It's okay, Blackie. What I do is if you could ask if your opponent might be able to upload them in your absence, and if they can't, you can stick them on Dropbox or Google Drive and just use that link when you're posting the scores online. It would be great, and then I can grab them afterwards. So here we have AOD versus Rash Nagar. Currently playing losers round 3. Taking place on Green Acres. Match complete. Cool. It's like when they load it up, they should just like bring you to this screen, right? It's like Rash took it. Okay. So expect to see Rash and AOD finish their games, if that wasn't the last of their set, and then ZA Blackie against Uncle DJ. Looks like AOD and Rash are playing their next game, which is good. You can check that out. So we know Rash lost won the last game. So it's going to be up to AOD to win this to stay in it. AOD opting, looks like, to play GDI versus Nod on Quarry. Definitely one of the favoured maps at this tournament. One of his strongest maps too. GDI in this map, be curious to see if AOD learned from his earlier matches. I think he played Psy earlier and he had his 3 ref with the Forward War Factory, which kind of cost him the game. Or it was versus Parappa even. Parappa was able to scout it and use his Apaches to snipe it. So AOD spawning on the bottom right, Rash spawning on the top left. AOD going forward with the power plant and the racks. Rash doing something similar. I expect to see a refinery here. In his last game, AOD didn't use a silo, so he's likely not to use it again. Like this is kind of an important gap to be leaving here. Like you should really get the silo and get right up next to that tib. Seeing an early Apache coming from Rash after one refinery, using this as part of his crawl, is not a bad idea. He's going to be expecting Grens coming out. And he needs to crawl back here anyway, so rather than waste time building a silo, why not build the Apache? Both players now up to 2 ref. Would like to see this being used if you're placing it this early. Just cutting off the scouts. Here we go. Continuing to crawl towards the center. This is a bit far back. I'm not so sure about this placement. Maybe opting this to help wall this in, but like it would be nicer to see this up here, closer to the tib. Like this harvester currently going all the way up here and then going diagonal isn't great. Expecting the airstrip to come down here for Rash. Curious if a war factory's on the way for AOD. He hasn't been started his crawl outwards, so likely to be in. Yeah, there it is. Putting this forward again, I don't think this is a good placement for the war factory, but we'll see how this pans out for him. This is quite a tight choke he's kind of put himself in to get units past here. Meanwhile, AOD continuing to crawl towards the center. I don't know if I agree with that being okay. It's fine as long as you keep stuff here to protect it, but as soon as this is scouted, it can be sniped by Apaches, which is exactly what happened to AOD in his previous game at Parappa. So it's fine once you keep it protected. Like I say, it's fine once you deny vision of this. Continuing to expand out here, seeing something similar over here. In comes Rash's units. They could just bypass this tank and take out the war factory, which is what he's going to do next, right? There it goes. Like, if this was back here, it'd be very hard to push in past infantry at this point, but down it goes. Rash continues his expansion here. He's ahead in terms of his ref placements, but also getting that snipe is pretty big. I mean, going bottom mid is fine if you're going to build a war factory there, but you can see why that was so exposed and easily snipeable. I'm surprised that like AOD knows better than this too. He's played games where this has happened to him in the tournament already, and it's happened. He should have adapted, but it happens. Rash gonna get this middle ref too. We saw Rash won the last game, so if he wins this game, AOD's going to be out of the tournament. Apache going to go in and do some damage. Would like to see a comm center from Rash at this point, just so he can keep vision on the map and also get flame tanks out if he needs them to deal with mass grens. Hey Xeno, good to see you. AOD now coming in with ground forces on the top along with a couple of tanks. Has the war factory built in the exact same position, but he's got it better defended now with grounds up front. Would probably opt to put minigunners in this to deal with bikes rather than grounds. Coming in up top. Needs to scatter these. Come on AOD, what are you doing? There we go. There's the flame tank coming down. You got the comm center here, nice. Again, doing this expansion up here is going okay. Forces are now wiped out though. This is prone to being sniped. And they come. 4 grens isn't going to be enough. Forward racks, good idea. Be able to spam out units here to help defend against this. Should take these and put pressure down here now while his forces are out of position. That's exactly what it looks like he's doing. Good man. The right play. Like, he's not going to be able to bring units up here fast enough to deal with this, so he has to go on the counter attack and force him down. Can also get a couple of buildings if he plays his cards right. No player sitting on 2.5k at the moment. I can see a hand and nod here, get flamers up. Turret's not going to do much, especially with the grenadiers right there, although the Apache might just get them. Nice. That worked out. I would say because you got so many bikes here, the tank's not the threat there, the grens were. So a hand and nod would have been better than a turret. grinding out the Grens. In come the forces up top. Needs to watch out for flamers coming out of here. Don't want to lose this again. Flame tank just sitting there needs to be microed. Building a lot of bikes here and here. Like a lot of them. Just gonna sit here, not attack anything. Cool, cool. There he goes. Gonna lose those tanks. There's not enough infantry here. They're sitting back here. Unfortunate. Has the second war factory, technically his third at this point. Gonna try pushing here. Yeah, he's sitting on 3k at the moment. You're right, Adam. Rash securing this bottom field. Needs to put pressure in here and take this. Needs to do something quick. Sitting here isn't good. His opponent's got the eco advantage and he's continuing to crawl into you, which is quite offensive, right? If he's not careful, he'll build a couple of silos and even could get an obelisk, or even putting an obelisk here is going to give you a bad time, right? Build an obelisk, get an SSM or two, put them in position here, destroy the infantry, and GG. Here we go! Who ordered the barbecue grand? It's about to be made. Ouch. I hate to see it happen. There goes the war factory again. Looks like he's gonna lose this fight a little bit. He needs to push in with these guys at this point. Either come down here and just bypass this altogether. You're much faster with these units. Or attack into it and win. One or the other. Should be using his Apaches as well. Yeah, Rash sitting on 10k at the moment. He's just not spending it quick enough. Should be expanding up here realistically and taking this too. AOD is holding here, which is good. Rash's army is looking quite low at the moment. This would be a good time for AOD to push. Down here is kind of annoying. Spam Grens out of this and charge these two and use the tanks to focus on the turrets for the hand and nod. Gonna get the harvester. Obelisk coming up here. Bringing his bikes back to help deal with this. AOD is seeing this should try and push this because there's no other point he's going to have an opportunity to do it really. Rash sitting on 7k. He may as well continue this crawl, to be honest. You keep putting turrets in here. Just sell these rafts, they're not being used anymore. And these. It's good use of infantry. Take out the turrets, move the infantry back, have the tanks take out the hand and nod, bring the infantry behind it, and take out these. Just joined by his Rash and Rich. He owns this tip field, he mined out this one, and he's about to mine out this one, and he has harvesters taking stuff from this, or he did. We're getting through them sides as quick as we can. With this game, Rash is going to win the series. With the MCV cell, he's going to just spam tanks up here and hope for the best, I guess. You're not wrong, Adam. 10k is nice to look at. Wouldn't mind that in my account. Like, there's nothing really of value in here to be attacking into. Like, this is the last thing you really want to get. Rash should just be using these to polish this up. Time to leave, AOD. Time to leave. I'll show the bracket now in a sec, because you know, and you can have a look at how it's looking. You can also use this. You can also check it out there. GG, Rash is going to take this. There it is. GG.
Battle control terminated.
Just want to check the replays. Yeah, they played 2 games. Rash won both of them. Nice. So I'll update that on the scores. Rash 2. AOD 0. So just a quick update for the stream. Yeah, it's sad to see AOD drop out. I think a lot of people are rooting for him. He played really good games. It's just they're tough matchups for sure. Okay, so here's the bracket as it currently stands. Nice. So CA, Blackie, and Uncle DJ should be playing now. I'm going to check out their game. And the winner of that will place Rash. And then the winner of that will go into the losers finals against Parappa. Hey AOD, good games, man. Sorry you didn't get any further. You played really well. Let's see if these boys are playing. Here's DJ against Blackie. You only have Pappy left to cheer for. Yeah, there are a lot of good games. It's great seeing people like in the top 15 playing against each other. Hey, Parappa. Alright, we got DJ versus Blackie. DJ currently playing left hand side, Blackie on the right. Both players going for 3 ref. Expecting airstrips from both of them. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing to be losing to anyone in this tournament, to be honest. Like, they're all such a high level. Seeing the airstrip coming in for Blackie first. Expect to see DJs pretty soon. There it is. Blackie just slightly ahead in terms of his building placement. You know, it'll be interesting to see if DJ opts to try and push into the center, or Blackie, or if they'll opt to switch down here. I suspect Blackie, as soon as he gets this, will get the second airstrip and then start crawling down. Unsure about DJ if he'll do the same. We will see. Seeing the power plant here anyway. I can see that Blackie's indeed starting his crawl down. It's a nice defensive hand and nod position. Would like to see one here from Blackie too. Easier to defend those refineries if you've got a hand and nod right there. Yeah, both players opting to crawl down. This should be interesting. Be curious to see which one gets a second airstrip first. Will they opt to get the 2 refineries and then the airstrip, I wonder. A couple of bikes mixed into the army of DJ. I think this is good. Needs to make sure he doesn't lose that side. That'll be very annoying. Seeing the refinery down for Blackie first. This pressure is like delaying him from placing it, and there it is. Just about. Could have had slightly better placement if this was an extra silo down, but given the pressure, I think it's fair enough. Oh, gonna lose the refinery. Oh, down it goes. Shit. That's rough, DJ. It's pretty close. You need to now go over here and do the exact same to make sure it's evened up. You need to even the scores or else you're going to be way behind in eco. He's already 1,000 behind. Neither player going for the second strip just yet. Uncle DJ trying to push in. There's the second strip now for Blackie. This is going to heavily reinforce this area, so DJ has no chance of really taking this over. Yeah, at least he had the turret there. It was something. It's a consolation prize. Alright, we'll need to see a second airstrip coming down for DJ soon to keep up with the production of Blackie. There it is. Also opting to place it down here. That I don't know AOD, I just hopped into it. I suspect it's not, but I'll check after. Comm center coming down for Blackie, giving good vision. Continuing his crawl towards here, it looks like. coming in for the Conyard while he's dealing with this is smart of Blackie. Although DJ has spotted it. Comm center down here as well for DJ. You know, all in all, pretty similar builds both sides. Seeing the ref go down here in the center. I think if it wasn't for that refinery snipe, DJ would be keeping up with his army production a bit better. But as it currently stands, Blackie's just going to swarm up here now. Definitely going to get the hand and nod. Might also get a ref if he's lucky. And while he comes up here to defend it, he's able to push in here while his units are out of position if he really wanted to. Could sloop in here. Ouch. Yeah, both players still their Conyard. DJ could sell his Conyard to potentially make up the ego difference and see if he could push out into it, but it's going to be tough. You go to the third position in bottom mid. These positions, this is really good because you can reach over here, here, and here. This is good too. It's well positioned defense. These are okay. Gonna get the MCV here. If he attacks into it. Oh, DJ, get the MCV. I think he could have got the MCV there if he went for it. Real shame. He's going to try now. Might be able to pull it off. He's not moving these units fast enough. Oh, there's a cell. Blackie won the first game. Thanks, Rash. Pesky Nightbot. At this point, DJ won't be able to come back. He's all out of eco. This is the last thing he really has. This is gone. These are gone. This is pretty much gone. This is more or less gone. He won't be able to get any eco here. Like, he could push these forces in here and completely snipe this if he wanted to. This is the last kind of bastion of resources, but these are just going to snipe the ref. The unspent money, 5.5k for DJ. Yeah, I think he's still producing units. Just he lost the second strip, so he can't keep up. GG. GG. So if I'm right, then that means Blackie's 1-2-0. Which in that case would mean it's going to be Rash against Blackie. While that's loading, you know, quick look at the brackets here. So it looks like it's going to be Sai versus either Parappa, Rash, or Blackie. All quite strong players. Between Parappa, Rash, Snagger, and Blackie, it's kind of hard to call who would go through. I think Rash and Blackie's going to be a really good game. I think, I mean, in terms of ladder ranking, like obviously Blackie's the higher seed. Um, it's kind of interesting actually because like the top player side, number one seed, you also have Blackie, Parappa, and Rash. So the top four seeded players actually ended up in like the top four positions, I guess you could say. Nice. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. For sure. So we're gonna have Rash. May as well put the scores on. So we're gonna see this from the start of the series. Rash 206, not 207. Score 0-0 versus ZA Blackie. ZA Blackie. Nice. While we're waiting for that to kick off, let's say we choose one of our random winners. Let me bring up our special wheel and stick this on screen. Here we go. All right. Let's give this a spin and see who's going to be the first person to win our random $5 in the tournament. Yep, winner can also win the random prize. Looks like it's going to be Sai, which is fair enough. And then we'll remove him from the list, and someone else can then win the next one. Close one, Rash. Close. And we'll do the other one at the end of the tournament. Have these boys started yet? Yeah, it does the job, Adam. That's the key thing. Come on, boys. So again, the winner of this set of games, which is a best of 3, will go through to the losers final against Parappa, which will be a best of 5. And then the winner of that will face Sai in the grand finals, which will be a best of 7. Let me just ping these guys, make sure they're okay. Ah, there we go. There we go. Alright, let's do this. So according to Seeds, Blackie's favorite to win this game. We'll see how it actually plays out. Yeah, tell EA to get rid of the countdown. That'd be great. Alright, it's both players opting to move to the center. Makes sense. Go to the choke. Rash going down a bit further than I would. I like to go and deploy here. Then you can just put your ref right here. This is fine too, I suppose. Get a refinery here and a refinery here. Yeah, it's true, Zeno, but I think it would be better if they just started you 30 seconds behind in terms of the actual game, rather than make you load the game and then wait 30 seconds. We got 2 refineries in both players. Both looking to get their airstrip up next. Seeing Blackie get his down first. Shorty behind, Rash has his. Will be interesting to see what this comes down to. Looks like both players getting their third ref now. Third ref here. I'd like to see a forward hand and nod position here. Seeing a silo crawl towards the center, it looks like. Let's see the south turret advantage potentially coming into effect here. Pretty neck and neck. Rash being pushed back. Yeah, imagine if Rambo was blue. It would be the end times. GG. It's like Blackie takes it.
Battle control terminated.
All right, round 2. Seeing players opt to go for elevation this time. Alrighty. Got Rash over on the left playing as blue. Blackie on the right playing as gold. Expect to see pretty much a mirrored build up till they get to this point. Boat on 2 ref. Boat up to 3 ref now. Expect to see the airstrips here and here. Rip. Who's going to get it first? Looks like Blackie gets it first. Followed almost instantly by Rash. Power plant, power plant. Getting this buggy in here will help delay the refinery going down. Going in for some aggression up here. Pulling back. Sending reinforcements down below to attack into here. Opting to crawl downwards. Similarly crawling downwards here from Rash, but more towards this direction. Setting the silos. Going to get the silo here, it looks like. No, force back. Do you see the crawl has gone all the way down here for Blackie, so he's now ahead in terms of eco. Seeing the second strip coming down from Rash. So he's crawling towards this center field. Be a good place for a hand and nod. Sending some of his army back down to help defend this. Meanwhile, Blackie's still pushing in. By being here, he's preventing a ref going down, but he's also distracting his army down here. He could potentially push with these guys up here. Seeing the second strip down for Blackie. Slightly later, but he does a better eco as a result. Seeing the ref does finally get down. Could use a hand and nod here, or at least a turret. Maybe finishing it here. Couple of bikes in the mix to help deal with the turret. It's a good call. Coming in up top. Might get lucky with the harvester here. Not gonna happen. Gonna push in here, try to get the ref. Comm center coming down for Blackie. Rash continuing his crawl, hoping to get this tip field. A bold move, he's going to be contesting it with Blackie. He's already ahead on 2 refs here. Blackie's pretty much secured this map control area now. The pressure's on Rash to try and push somewhere. He's behind in eco. He's behind in map control. It's gonna be tough for Blackie to do anything here. Or for Rash to do anything. Taking all of this coming down from Blackie. Pushing in, hoping for the MCV snipe. It's gonna be pretty close if he gets it. Looks like he's not gonna get it. And Blackie's gonna be able to clean up here now that all of his units are out of place. GG, Blackie's gonna win it. Nicely done.
Battle control terminated.
So that's gonna be 2-0 to Blackie. But good games, Rash. It's unfortunate. They were really close. There were some good opportunities. That center crawl on elevation is always interesting to see as well. Players don't usually expect it. No worries, it's good fun. Enjoy doing it. So that means that in the losers bracket finals, it's going to be Parappa 56 against the A Blackie, best of 5. The winner of that will go on to play Psy. Cool. Nice one. Let's have a look at this and update it. Parappa. This should be an interesting set of games for sure. Both strong nod players. Of course, these two players faced each other before. The score is 2-1 to Parappa, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out here. Hey, War Machine. Yeah, just in time for the losers bracket finals. Best of 5. The winner of this will go on to play Psy in the grand finals. Best of 7. Previously, these two played in the winners bracket. Parappa 1-2-1, I believe. Yep. Taking a break from WoW is always a good idea. Always. What map are they going to choose? Heavy metal we haven't seen much of. We've seen some Monkey in the Middle, we've seen some Green Acres, we've seen a bunch of Duality. There was at least one game on Eventide, which is good to see. I think this could be the first Heavy Metal game we see, right? Make sure everything's going okay. Nobody's pinging me. Cool. It's all looking good from here. Here we go. So Heavy Metal is an interesting map. There's quite a lot of tib on it, but it's well spread out, so you need to make sure that your building placement favors going towards the center of the map for map control purposes, but also gives you enough leeway to be able to have refineries in secure positions that won't get easily sniped, which can be difficult. It's a bit easier to play this map as Nod because you can have the speed of your units get from one position to the other. Parappa is opting to take the top left spawn, where it looks like Blackie's taking the bottom right spawn. Both players doing only a small construction yard move to help with the positioning. The way it works, Rash, in the grand finals will be that Sai will start with a 1-0 up advantage against Parappa. Or Blackie, whoever wins this. There's no adjustments to score just for this match. Only the grand finals. So we're seeing 2 refs coming up for Blackie here. 2 refs over here, similar for Parappa. Blackie going with an interesting choice of what's kind of looking like a vertical crawl as opposed to a horizontal over this way. It's looking quite similar for Parappa, opting to go upwards instead of downwards. I'd be favoring going towards the center areas here and here, just so you can take control of this area. It's kind of important, right? But we'll see what the players do. They might both be going for a 3 ref 2 airstrip all in, which would be interesting. Denying the scout. Might get through here if you're not careful. Seeing the airstrip coming down for Parappa. It's going to enable him to crawl over this direction. Seeing something similar here from Blackie using the airstrip and now crawling over to this tip field. Parappa, interestingly, crawling backwards towards the corner tip field. While there's a lot of tip there, you're giving up a lot of map control that you could be crawling out and claiming over here instead of going all the way back here. We'll see how it plays out. Seeing 2, 3, 4, 5 ref from Blackie. 1, 2, 3, 4 ref up from Parappa. Looking to get a 5th one here, it looks like. Not sure where Blackie's planning to crawl with that silo. He's opting to go this way now. Yeah. Coming into here seems okay. They're both going to have a clash here in the center. Might consider getting a turret here behind the cliff. There it is. Forward-handed on's not a bad idea. It makes attacking do this more difficult. Easy to reinforce with infantry. Another turret going down. Should make easy work of the buggies. Just need to keep an eye on this. Get the silo, push his build back. Meanwhile, Parappa's going to go down here. This is undefended. Might get a CY snipe if Blackie's not careful. Blackie sees it, starts building minigunners and sends a couple of buggies back to help deal with it. Meanwhile, Parappa's base building has kind of come to a halt. There's the second airstrip, that's what was taking so long. And he sold the MCV, he's going all in. So he's all in on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ref. Meanwhile, we got Blackie sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ref. Still, this is MCV though. So this is going to be Parappa's chance. He needs to really spam units and get into them quick. There's quite a lot of turn action going on here, so he needs to avoid the center. Keeping an eye on the engineer. Looks like he's going to die in the tube. There it goes. An attack force coming in up here. Another attack force coming in down here. Comm center coming up. Comm center for flame tanks to help deal with the turrets is a good idea. Oh, is he not going to get it? Oh, he doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. Here comes a wave 2 of the all-in attack. He really needs to make this count. Like at this point, Black, you should just consider selling this. He's not going to be able to keep it alive. And if he does, yeah, just sell it. Smart move. He's now up 3k though. If he survives this attack, he wins. Looks like he is going to survive it. He is up against 2 airstrip though, so it's going to be a little bit tight. A lot of infantry. He's going to do good against the bikes. Not so well against the buggies. Blackie gonna fall back towards the turrets into the opponent's base. Parappa really putting on the pressure here. Gonna lose 1 airstrip. Consider selling these 2 now, they're not being used. There's no one mining this tube. Meanwhile, Blackie on the offensive here, trading ref for ref. Not quite gonna pull it off. Parappa up against a swarm of infantry here. There's plenty more units up here. You could be coming in up top, take out this turret and going for the refs. So many low health buggies. Like, this is a very brittle force to be attacking with. And there he is, coming in up top. Parappa slowly grinding down Blackie here. Gonna get the ref here too, it's pretty big. He's now only down to 1 ref. Ironically, this safe refinery back here might just win Parappa the game. As soon as he's out of position, Parappa's going to be able to swarm in down there. He's going to force an engagement in the center to distract him while moving these in the back. It's very smart. To get the power and then go for the airstrip. Looks like Parappa's going to take it, folks. Needs to get this airstrip. No! Ooh, boy. Going for the harps, good move. He has a lot of them though. At this point, Blackie's eco is just devastated. Parappa definitely has the upper hand here. The losers bracket finals is a best of 5 side. GG, Parappa takes it. That was very close.
control terminated.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth. Parappa's micro really, really shone there. I think there was a don't download it. There was definitely a few moments where it looked like Blackie was going to take it, but Parappa just persisted with his micro and was able to push through, which is great to see. Let's see if he can do it again. Alrighty, Parappa on the left, Blackie on the right. Yeah, players seem to be choosing a lot of elevation and quarry, which is interesting. A lot of it is down to the decider matches being an elevation. So a lot of the games are actually going to the full 3 games out of the best of 3s, just to show how closely matched the opponents actually are. Just 3 refineries versus 3 refineries, expecting to see airstrips both sides. Craxus. Gonna get the scout off. Now, previously Parappa opted to get the refinery up forward instead of switching and going down here. I don't know if that definitely doesn't work with Sai. I don't know if that'll work against Blackie either. So he's going to be careful with what he decides to do here. Gets the second airstrip up. Blackie's already expanded towards the bottom. Parappa, meanwhile, looks like he's going to commit to expanding to the top center. Don't think this is a good idea. Going to try to put some pressure down here, maybe get the ref if he's fortunate, so long as he keeps Blackie busy up here. There's the refinery going down. Gonna get this attack pushed off. Meanwhile, Parappa is storming in here. You're gonna snipe the MCV, it looks like. Needs to move these in a bit closer. Oh, he's gonna get it. Oh, he's got the MCV. It's huge. Wow. He did manage to get the second airstrip up. But that is huge. Yeah, Blackie's moving into position here, preventing any kind of expansion happening, which is quite smart. He just needs to be careful to keep a loose eye on here and here, in case Parappa opts to storm in. This is a rough attack. Like, trying to attack through this choke into this concave is... it's not going to be a good exchange, especially if you send all your infantry in first like that. I don't know what that was. Manages to get one refinery. Like, he lost his entire army there for the sake of one refinery, more or less. Parappa coming in for the attack up here. Blackie's totally defenseless. His army is way out of position, especially with tanks. Tanks will be effective here, but like, they're not going to have the speed to come back and help defend this. Looks like Parappa's going to take it. You can come down here and take the other one, you win. Turrets and bikes are just going to eat up the tanks here, unfortunately. Opting to go for the eco, not a bad choice. Like, Parappa's just so ahead in terms of his army count. Even if you look at the units destroyed, Parappa takes it. 2-0 to Parappa.
Battle control terminated.
Parappa. Green Acres would be an interesting choice. Yeah, so it's a 1-0 advantage that you get starting out. You did already win one of the random prizes for a free $5, so there's that too. It's a best of 7, so you start 1-0 up. Sure did. Parappa, where you going? Yep. I'll be contacting everyone who's won anything after the tournament. I'll send you a message on Discord about next steps and all that good stuff. We'll get you sorted with the prizes ASAP. Yeah, I wouldn't count Parappa out yet either though. Monkey in the middle? That's a hell of a choice. I mean, Parappa and Blackie are both scary opponents to come up against for sure. I'm not sure about this as the map choice, but we'll see how it plays out. So if the lower seeded player chooses first, would mean that Parappa is lower than Blackie, right? So Parappa chose first, then Blackie, and now Parappa is choosing this. Choosing middle camp versus Parappa for a free win. Alright, can Blackie crawl back? Hmm. Alright. We got Blackie on the top left, Parappa on the bottom right. Interesting location for Blackie to place his construction yard. Rash does not like Monkey. I kind of agree with you there. The thing with like, there's so many glitches with the Harvester AI, especially in the bottom right. I mean, it's fine for a change of pace, I guess, but it's definitely not my favorite. Twizzy likes it once he's top left spawn. Yeah, yeah, sure, I can see that. Gonna see an airstrip here from Parappa, it looks like. And it looks like Blackie's gonna have to put the airstrip here. Crawl into his opponent this way. Daku only loses a miner's glitch. Yeah, yeah, that's my excuse every time. Gonna get the scout. Parappa gets his airstrip down. Looks like Parappa did actually micro this guy to go to this tip field instead of this one. So airstrip's down here, he's continuing to cross south. Do top players never go 3 ref before stripping on Monkey? The standard used to be 2 ref, then strip. Just because you're pretty close and you can do early aggression, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. But we'll overlook that side. That's fine. Okay, Parappa needs to be careful here. Like, he's looking like he's going to build a refinery here, and then he needs to get a hand and nod here, and then turrets into here. But at the same time, he could also be putting some pressure in here, although the hand and nod in this position is quite dangerous to go up against. I think the pressure might be getting to our boy Parappa. There's the hand and nod. Turrets up. Blackie going all the way for the bottom tip field. Surely he's not going up here. I would not fancy leaving a single silo up here undefended. And crawling with power plant. I don't know, Parappa. Meanwhile, he's blocked off his opponent's ref down here. Blackie being sneaky, and he might even get the MCV snipe while he's busy distracted dealing with this. Oh, don't let this be your downfall, Parappa. Parappa, no! Not like this. Parappa's gonna come in and try snipe the Conyard. Oh, he got caught out here. Just short. Oh, you hate to see it. Ah, barely managed to keep this. If I was Blackie, I'd just crank out an Apache and finish this off quick. Sitting on 3k at the moment, just not spending. Oof, but even the money spent just trying to repair this is going to cripple Parappa. Nice. So this power plant's just dead. Like seeing an engineer over here. He's hoping to go open around, maybe capture the strip. Oh dear. Rip engineer. Don't think Parappa's gonna take this one. Blackie's sitting on 3k. Needs to get a second strip up. Rip. Oh, what do we have here? Is he going to finish off the construction yard? He might just do it. There it goes. No sell. Hey Twizzy, no. I was looking at something. This is kind of tough situation to be in. Like, I don't think Parappa can win this. Yeah, it's GG. Hey Asha, thanks for the sub, man. Looks like Blackie's gonna take that one. Bam. Uh, I can't tell if you're serious or not, War Machine. Tell him to ping me if that's the case. Okay. Just confirming with uh, Blackie there that he is actually dropping out, which means that Parappa's going to go through to the grand finals versus Sai. Nice one. So that's going to bring us to Parappa versus Sai in a best of 7 in the grand finals. 0-0. You can have a look at the whole bracket here while our players are getting set up. It's been a hell of a ride. We had a lot of games, a lot of good games. Some great ones you got to watch on stream. Some others we didn't. Similar to last time, these will all be tagged and everything after the tournament and put in a nice location so you can watch all the individual replays. The VOD for this tournament as well will probably pop up on YouTube again. So it should be good. Should be good. While these players are getting ready, I'm going to spin the wheel again and we can actually see the second random prize winner for the tournament. Let's have a look. Let's do this. So the second person to randomly win $5. Let's do this. Oh, Twizzy, no. It looks like it's gonna go to ZA Blackie. To even though he dropped out, it looks like he's going to get something at least. That's nice. Nice. That worked out well. So because this is the grand final and Sai's coming in from the winner's bracket, he starts with a 1-0 lead. I'll look into that, DJ, and get back to you on that. We can sort you out. Don't worry. Sure, Prap is just taking a second to get ready. He's just posting the games. No problem. So while he's doing that, yeah. So we played a lot of games. It's been good. We're going, what, 4.5 hours now? So a bit faster than last time, which is nice to see. But of course, these kinds of tournaments wouldn't really work out without the community. So it's great, of course, to be able to support each other and share all that good stuff. So again, I'm going to pop the links to the popular Discord channels for the community, as well as some of the popular streamers who tend to semi-frequently at least stream some of the C&C stuff on Twitch, which is good. There's usually at least 1 or 2 of us on each day, which is always good to see, keeping the people interested, and usually doing mix between ladder games or else doing 3v3s or any of that kind of good stuff. So be sure to drop those players a follow. You can also probably check out their VODs from the tournament, so see from their perspective, especially if you're a new player and wondering, oh, how do I get better, or how should I approach doing things practically speaking. It can be helpful watching, standard replays, but it's also beneficial to watch from a experienced player's point of view, so you can see how they're handling things like control groups, or if they're not using control groups, like PZ and Blackie, the weirdos that they are. But it's the style that works for them, so it's always interesting to see how different people approach different things. I definitely say it's worth checking out Parappa's streams if you want to look at see how he manages the micro of his units, especially also obviously Kira and Sai. They're pretty effective. And again, of course, if you're looking for some GDI games or random games, it's always good to check out Meds, AFD, myself. I know Lunik is still streaming at the odd time, so is Kano, and a bunch of others. So it's always worth checking out Twitch to see who's currently streaming. And the other important thing is that we wouldn't be able to have these tournaments without you, the viewers, the people hanging out in chat. So thank you. It's always good to have you here. In terms of other future tournaments and stuff, I suspect this will be at least the last one for this year. We may have another one in January. We'll see how that works out. But it's very much dependent on a number of things. Again, we're very grateful to obviously Kira and Parappa for previously being able to donate towards this tournament. Again, it's all crowdfunded from the community itself, so big shout out to you guys. I appreciate it very much. And it looks like Parappa is ready, so we should be able to get this grand final underway. Awesome. looks like after his last round playing on Monkey in the Middle, he's had enough of it. Thought he was going to pick it again there for a second. It looks like they're going for duality. I should say you never saw Sai playing. He's on the same end of games since I play and watch streams. Yeah, he played a lot more in Season 1 and Season 2. He's got a load of RTS experience in other CNC games. I know he's currently playing OpenRA, but he's done a lot of Red Alert too. I'm not sure if he used to play StarCraft. I know Kira and Craxus did. I'm not so sure about Sai. But he's definitely got a load of experience in terms of his gameplay. He's a very scary opponent to play against. I faced him myself in tournaments, and he plays extremely well. So it looks like Parappa opting on the left hand side of the map is going for the top crawl. Sai going towards the bottom of the map. Again, because this map is pretty much mirror flipped, it's a very similar style from both players. Seeing the back refinery coming from both of them. Both players up to 2 refineries. Parappa opting to be a bit more forward in terms of his base crawl. There's a 3rd refinery up. Looks like Sai's going to get the scout off here. He may get it off here in return. Parappa's going to see this. Key vision being for the MCV. You'll be able to see if your opponent sells this, and you know the shitload of units are coming your way. Don't want to be wasting money repairing this. It costs you quite a bit. Down comes the airstrip from Sai after 2 ref. He's going to be able to put early pressure on Parappa if he's not careful. Parappa getting up his airship just now. Sai can now keep funneling in his units and maybe do some damage. Opting to get the 3rd refinery down here. And now crawling towards this tip field to get a 4th refinery up. Meanwhile, it looks like Parappa is crawling downwards, hoping to get a refinery on this field. Sai coming in with his early pressure. Turret going down for Parappa is good reaction to it, forcing him back. Hey DM, good to see you. Parappa Blackie, it was 2-1, it was a best of 5, but Blackie had to drop out due to work commitments. So Parappa defaulted to going through to the grand finals against Sai. Currently, because it's the grand finals, Sai is 1-0 up. And this is their first game taking place on duality. Parappa currently up to 5 refineries, whereas Sai's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. And thanks, Nightcrawler, I appreciate it. I think a small attack force looking to opt to go up here. Parappa up to 2 airstrip. Similar for side. Playing very similarly. Yeah, less GDI players this time around. There has been some. I've seen Parappa play GDI at one point as well. Ah, yeah, AOD of course had some. Coming in with a small strike team here. Going to push back. Seeing a small group of rapid units here. Going to get a refinery. Not quite going to finish it off. One, two, three, four, five. Sai applying heavy pressure up top. Also doing it up bottom too. No, meds. It's whoever wins the best of 7, just the side starts 1-0 up. Correct, yeah. Sai's kind of decimated Parappa's army a little bit. Not a huge amount of it left here. Seeing the sneaky engineer over here from Sai. And that's like a MCV cell has occurred for Parappa. Same over here. Both players pretty much going all in at this point. It looks like Sai is the bigger army. Seems favored to be able to take it. He's got no turrets for defense, but he's not letting Parappa have a chance to even get into his base. I don't think you'll be seeing Sai play GTI against Parappa. Looks like GG. I'm guessing Parappa quit it.
Battle control
terminated. Sai wins that one. That makes it 2-0 to Sai. Nice. Observe. Tournament middle camp. Is Parappa going to do the river strat? We've been waiting all tournament to see it. Is he actually going to do it? Is he going to do it? We'll see, Crexus. We'll see. You would say that, AOD. Alright, we got Parap on the bottom, and he is going for the river strat. Holy shit. What a boss. For those not familiar with this map, the kind of standard build is to go towards the top of this cliff and like get 2 refs here, 1 ref here, and crawl towards the center, similar to this. Going over to the river costs you so much time in terms of moving. The benefit it gives you is that obviously you get this tip field, and this huge tip field. You can also hold off these choke points a bit easier. The downside of this is you really need to put a wall here to stop engineers or something fitting in around the back. I say Sai will be laughing his ass off as soon as he sees the Parappa's not here. As far as I know, Sai is familiar with this strat, right? He's seen it on stream. So he's gonna see this and go, wow, okay. I think in Nod v Nod, it actually pays to have an Apache in this situation to be able to pick up the flamers at these chokes if you want to get infantry in here. The other option is just go straight for the airstrip, right? Already too strong with the GG next game. It's a bit of a throw, but we'll see. We'll see. Like 3 refinery, 2 airstrip, I guess. Sell the MCV and then hope for the best. Like you're hardly going to try to do a macro build out here. I mean, you could try it, but it's not going to work against Sai. There's the 2 refinery airstrip. There's the airstrip. Boogie's coming around the back here. All the infantry rushing to deal with it. Are we going to see a second airstrip come up for Parap? Oh, we're going to see a 3rd placed here. That's an interesting spot. Sandbag for some cover. Just to get the side up crawl, I guess, so he can move out to here. Meanwhile, Sai is expanding to take control of the center. Parappa's boogie count is starting to overwhelm Sai's here. But his eco's going to be way behind. Like, he's only on 3 ref. His opponent's Sai's currently up with 5. Yeah, Sai has way more kills as well. He's just been grinding out the infantry. Like, at this point, like, you need to sell this MCV pretty soon to make up the eco difference. Like, you're talking 1300. He's just way ahead. The river will provide. We'll see. Like, Sai can also just take all this, so I don't know. We are seeing some counterattacks finally coming in from Parappa here. Might get a power plant. No, not going to commit to it. Or is he? Is he going to get it? Oh, he gets the power plant. Nice. But again, it's very hard for the opponent to attack into these choke points. Don't use the power plant. Nice wall of turrets coming down from Sai. I don't think he's too worried at this point. Parappa on the offense a little bit here. This is like obviously something you don't want to attack into. So he's switching his tact again, trying to break through here. Sai currently sitting on 3k at the moment. Really use a second airstrip. Position it here and then start the crawl over towards that tip. Meanwhile, Parappa is sitting casually on his 4 ref, 1 airstrip. Oh, looks like he's opting to crawl towards this tip. Interesting. I don't think Sai has this scouted either. Seeing a few stray units go over here, this side of the river. Maybe planning to come in here for a sneak snipe. Looks like he's going to be able to deal with this without any issues. Running out of units, Parappa, and money. Sai comfortably sitting on 4k. Not much stress. Gonna get this refinery. The advantage of being surrounded is you can shoot in any direction. I like it, Adam. It's not a problem, it's an advantage. Okay, well that's the eco screwed. Like, this is the end of this. GG, Sai's gonna take it. And I'll take it up to 3-0. Do admire that he committed to doing the river strat.
Terminated.
That'll be the last we see of Parappa's river strat, I fear. This could be the last game. Parappa potentially picking GDI here against Sai, giving the people something entertaining to watch. Correct, DM. Yep. Alright, elevation. So I suspect Parappa's downfall on this map, it happened last time he faced Sai. He pushed his refinery into the center, which arguably cost him the game. I'm curious if he'll do it again. Or will he adapt? Alright, we got Sai on the right hand side playing his blue nod. Parappa on the left hand side playing as the green GDI. Yeah, there's the barracks. He's committed to the GDI. I mean, if you're going to go out, you're going to go out in style. I like it. Alright, Parappa, show us some magic. Show us everything that you've learned playing GDI and ladder the last couple weeks. Can we get the scout? No denial, both sides. Nice. Poor anti-scouting from Sai. I suspect Sai didn't go GDI because he wants to win. He's more experienced playing Nod for sure. Getting the Apache before the airstrip to help deal with the Grens is a smart move. Need to micro this in front of them and then shoot inwards. Seeing a war factory coming up after 3 refineries for Parappa. Seeing the Ground's trying to sneak in and get the MCV, but not going to be able to pull it off. Unfortunate. Seeing some early Humvees coming in for Parappa. Alright, we're up to 5 refineries now. Apache doing some damage to the Humvees. 5 reps both sides. Curious to see if Parappa uses this to crawl inwards down to here, or if he just decides to crawl downwards here, or if he just commits fully to staying up here. Sai doing a drive-by of his base. Seeing the crawl downwards starting to happen. A couple of medium tanks in the mix. Gonna get the refinery. Ouch. Sai gonna get the refinery up here too, it looks like. Medium tanks are just too slow to get back up here in time. And once they're out of position, he can bring these up and actually start attacking the con yard. A lot of bikes. Not enough racks as a point of defense. Yeah, that's a good point, Meds. I think I'd agree with that. He's going to try steamroll the MCV here, it looks like. In come the boys to take it. Oh, looks like we got an MCV cell kicking off after the 2 war factories. So it's like a 2 war factory all in the sorts. Slightly more eco. This is going to be quite difficult to deal with. There's not a huge amount of space the bike to move around in here to deal with it. Flamers to deal with the Ground. Should be using the Apache to help with the infantry here too. How's the eco all the way down here? Parappa needs to really push and end this quickly. He needs to get these units in the mix. Come on, Sai, what are you doing? Keeping all these back here is like delaying them. You only really need 1 or 2 back here. I suspect he's building a second airstrip, that's why he's taking so long, and that's why he's not putting down turrets or anything. Although he's just started now. Sai is still sitting at 2.5k. I mean, the problem is Parappa's out of money now, so if you survive this, you win. And the problem is you have to survive this. Adam wants to see this destroyed. Will your Christmas dreams come true? Down it goes. There you go. It looks like Parappa's going to take this, yeah. Parappa pulling one back as GDI. Not over yet, folks.
Battle control terminated.
Who would have guessed? Parappa's GDI. Overcoming the Titan that is Sai. GDI for the next games then. Yeah, exactly, right. Looks like I assume he's not going to play with random. Maybe he is. It looks like he's playing random. So we've seen River Strat, we've seen Parappa GDI. Earlier we've seen Parappa use stealth tanks. And then we're seeing him play at random. Yeah, I hope he gets GDI as well, AOD. They might have earlier in the tournament, Adam. They didn't in the finals yet. Alright, so here's Parappa. Playing as orange in the top left. There's his Psy, Nod in the bottom right. Will Parappa be GDI? Will he be Nod? Oh, looks like he got Nod. There's still... He can still do this. Yeah, he can use the power of random to his advantage if he hides his flamers. So at this point, Psy's building like an airstrip, not knowing that his opponent could be GDI. And like, it's a very dangerous move not to have the Apache. Going to block the placement with this unit. Going to go for the full skate. Looks like Parappa's gone too ref and building an airstrip now. Without using a silo, so maybe positioning it. I'm not sure it'll be positioned here. I don't think that'll work. Maybe back here. I don't know if you can fit an airstrip here. Oh yeah, size Nod v Nod is much scarier than his Nod v GDI. Not a huge fan of this placement, but okay. We're blocking off access to this. Worked on size units. Continuing his crawl upwards. Parappa being quite aggressive with his crawl here. His power plant's a goner. Blocking the building placement is very important. Setting him back all of that crawl. It's a real headache. Seeing the second airstrip come up from Psy. it's going to be kind of difficult for Parappa to hold this and this, especially if units are coming in here and here. And seeing the MCV cell as well from Sai committing to the attack. Seeing the MCV cell from Parappa. And look at that micro, like positioning the buggies right in front to take care of any damage or infantry here, and moving the bikes back to focus on the harvester. Keeping an eye on these engineers, very sneaky. That's kind of Parappa's Hail Mary at this point. Once he gets the airfield, it's all over. There's not much that Parappa can do in this situation, I'm afraid. GG. Looks like Sai's gonna win the round 4-1. Making him the champion for the Groundhog Brawl number 5. So that comes with Sai finishing first. That leaves Parappa 56 coming second. Sai winning the Random Award 1. ZA Blackie winning the Random Award 2. There's a lot of great games. It's great to see everyone else. Hopefully we'll get to do all this again soon sometime. I'll be sending a message out to those who have won prizes. And I'll send you a separate message as well, Uncle DJ. So look out for that. To make sure that everybody knows what the situation is regarding how to claim those prizes and everything else. Make it as easy as possible, and should hopefully get it all this side of Christmas. The other side of it is just to wish everyone a happy Christmas and a good New Year. If I'm not speaking to you directly, that's on behalf of myself, and I'm sure it's safe to say it's also on behalf of everyone over at Game Replays. It was a lot of great fun, and of course a big shout out to Edwin for helping out with some of that stuff, and I know Zoot, who's currently on leave, helped do some of the artwork and stuff for the tournament too, which is great to have. But yeah, happy Christmas, guys. It's great seeing you, and if I don't talk to you, have a great one. Yeah, bye. Take it easy, guys. If there's anybody else ready online at the moment, I can drop them a raid, but I don't suspect that there is. I'll have a check, but if not, I'll see you.
Battle control terminated.